Okay, guys, let me just turn off that Christmas music. Welcome in, guys. It's gonna take a moment for the cameras to load, but there we are. We are gonna be here with It's Guest Gaming today. I am so excited for our co-caster today. It's Guest Gaming has cast a number of different tournaments for Pokemon Pocket. He has done a lot of work with Marvel Snap. And he's done some really interesting decks in the past, especially with Ditto, that we saw in some of our first tournaments. So I'm really excited to have him here to talk about those different decks this week. Guest, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure, absolutely. For those who do not know, my name is Guest, also known as It's Guest Gaming. I am a content creator for a variety of different games, including yours truly right here, Pokemon TCG Pocket, Marvel Snap. I've also been trying to dabble into Marvel Rivals, but my skill set says maybe not, so I just have a lot of fun with it. And yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you so much for inviting me to be here this week. I love casting. I love looking at competitive gameplay and being able to take a look at the meta and break down whether it be live in the math or looking at out of the nearly 2,000 people that we had in this tournament, like looking at the changes from last week to this week and how the meta of competitive Pocket starts to evolve. It's really, really cool. And yeah, I'm just happy to be here. So thank you so much for having me, and let's do this.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I really do think it's interesting to watch how the meta is evolving between the weeks. I mean, last week we had upwards of 13 Gyarados in our top 32 and not a single Celebi. But this week, I think we have something like 5 different Celebis. What do you think about that? And I can bring up the meta breakdown while you chat about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest evolution of this is watching how everybody initially, we had the release of Mythical Island and everyone's like, oh my God, Celebi is so cracked. It's so broken. It's amazing. And then we had it was like the #2 most popular deck, I think, last week.
Mm-hmm.
And then nothing made the top 32 because it was just not consistent enough. We weren't seeing the coin flip possibility and ceiling be fast enough to keep up with some of the lightning meta or the Gardevoir meta that we still see currently to this day and even this week. But the biggest evolution has been how the Celebi decks are being supplemented. It's not just go all in with we'll call it your 8 Pokemon set, right? You have your 2 Celebis and you have your superior line. That's it. That's what we saw in a majority of the decks last week. This week, we're seeing other win conditions. We're seeing Exeggutor in all 3 variations of it being put into the decks. We're seeing even some Lilligant. We're seeing some Venusaur. We're seeing so many different extra little sprinkles, not as much on the Delmise, but lots of extra sprinkles are being added to say, here's another win condition. And clearly that's been working because now we actually have it in the top 32 of this week's competition. So it's interesting to watch how people go all in on an idea and then it fails. Because if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, way back in the very, very beginning in one of the first tournaments, everybody was trying to make Marowak decks work because the ceiling was so high to hit for so cheap. On hitting at 160, it's a 25% chance, but it's worth it, right? Nope, wasn't consistent.
Yeah, we even saw one Marowak in some of those first tournaments get that top 32, but it didn't continue. And I think that has something to do, obviously, with that multiplicative damage with Marowak and some of those other attackers, even Celebi, though Celebi obviously can do a lot more coin flips that allows for a little bit more consistency than just 2. But relying on that Exeggutor does give it more consistency because it's an additive damage coin flip. It starts with a base damage, so it never is doing 0, which helps a lot in getting set up. And then you have and then you also have that ability to then, what in the world? I can't think of the word. Set up that Celebi on the bench where otherwise you were using him as your frontline attacker beforehand.
100%. And I think I'm also going to speak on behalf of the entire chat here. And please let us know if you're already here hanging out with us, looking at the breakdown and getting ready for the top 32. Please, everybody, throw into the chat how frustrated you are that Ursi, of all people, does not use dark mode. I don't understand why you would blind these kind people with your bright white screen.
I mean, I have a legitimate reason if that's your question. I feel like my video is randomly lagging, but I like the white light on my stream back on. This is a little bit, I guess, like vain, but the white light's nice, and then I don't have to buy so many white lights.
Gotcha. Okay, that's fine. That's fair. It's another light on the screen, and it helps illuminate you because it plays out this way. I'm a dark mode guy, that's why. But just as a fun sidebar, because there is something else I do want to recognize within this, and it's mainly looking at, you know, we had, like I said, almost an extra, or sorry, more than 400 more participants join into the tournament this week. And I think that's a combination of the success of this line of tournaments in combination with the holiday. People have the availability, they're off for, you know, just, you know, family or friends or travel or whatever it may be.
Mm-hmm.
And we're seeing a larger pool of competitive, you know, Pokemon Pocket.
Mm-hmm.
I love watching the weights of how many decks move into the meta, not just who makes the top 32, but what people like to play. And I think one of the biggest ones that has proven itself to be one of the more consistent decks of the moment is probably the Gyarados EX Greninja deck. And now it's the #1 deck of this current tournament. And last week it was, I want to say it was in the top 5. So people are seeing that this is just a generally regularly consistent deck. I feel like it's a good idea. But if you look at your top 32, you don't see it as often as you would have expected. I think there's only 2, if I remember correctly. Sorry, 3. My apologies. There's only 3 that made the top 32, but it was the #1 deck that made it.
Yeah, there's only like 3 Gyarados this week, which I think is a huge change, obviously, from last week as well. I do think because it was so popular last week, do see more people targeting it, even with that Zebstrika, right?
Yeah.
Zebstrika does so much work, and the decks that are the like, Pikachu decks that aren't running Zebstrika can still have Electabuzz now. That does so much for helping in that matchup.
Very, very true. It's these backline performers, you know, Zebstrika, Greninja, people that are starting to hit onto the bench and kind of ruining the value of Sabrina, which has basically been in every, in at least in the beginning of Pocket, it was everybody, you're going to put in at least 5 cards. You're going to put in 2 Pokeballs, 2 Professors, and at least 1 Sabrina. At least that was seemed to be the recipe forever. Now that we're seeing the rise of Greninja and get more and more popular, which has always been doing okay. You've seen Exeggutor mixes in the past. We've seen Articuno mixes in the past. But now we're starting to see the new Gyarados EX. And I wonder if, as we watch all of these new packs, you know, Mythical Island now has come on out. There's, you know, according to the future, it looks like somewhere towards the end of January, potentially. It might be the next pack release, at least according to the data mines. I think most likely, well, keyword, most likely, the shape of the meta that we currently see right now is probably going to be pretty stagnant, unless if Spraggles releases another video. Yeah.
I'm muted. Yeah. 1 second.
Take 2.
Yeah, I think that even let's see. Maybe that'll fix the. Sorry, I'm trying to fix the stream issues on at the same time while we're doing all this, which is why I was muted, because my keyboard gets picked up while I'm doing stuff. So hopefully it looks like this stream is fixing. Hopefully that'll all be good. But I remember Tricky Jim shared that video back during that soft launch with fossils to help protect those different Pokemon like Charmander, like your Bulbasaur on the bench, and it really picked up in popularity, and we've even continued to see it some. At least during Genetic Apex, maybe not so much right now with Mystical Island. There's a lot less space in decks now, but it does definitely have an effect on the meta. We are going to be getting into our top 32 here very shortly. Do you have any decks that you would like to watch in our first game?
Specifically, pairing wise,
Yeah.
man.
So we have the pairings here on screen. You can also check it out if you go to standings, play to win bracket. But do you have any that you would like to up here?
I think let's start with something a little bit more obscure, because there is obviously, just percentage wise, a higher chance that we're going to end up seeing certain decks more likely later on. So if I'm looking for the most obscure matchup that seems to be intriguing, at least to me, I see there's a Celebi versus Mew down towards the bottom there. I do see the far-fetched also, USA versus Tim DeGoat. The far-fetched highlight is interesting, and we even still had a Blaine deck actually make the top this week, even though I don't believe there was one, if I remember correctly, last week that made it. It's a tough call. Sadly, I don't think anybody's playing Ditto.
Yeah, sadly.
That makes me sad personally. It's kind of a namesake for me. Otherwise, I'd be saying, I don't care. I'm taking over. We're watching that game. But I throw a couple of options out there. I think something with fire to start us off might be a good idea, or one of the Celebis, because I personally, and I apologize to our competitors, I would love to see Celebi go far, but I just don't know if it's going to be able to survive long in this match.
Okay, yeah, let's see if we can get that Exeggutor Mew EX and Blaine list then. I do think there is one Celebi in Merkur's list, but it is really interesting to see a one Celebi attacker. We do, interestingly enough, have also an Alakazam Mewtwo in our top 32 that maybe we'll try to see some extra if we have extra time this round to watch. But let me just quickly try to get that up. I think they're still getting their stream going right now. Definitely be interesting to see what happens, because I mean, we're talking about what the chances are getting further in. I don't think Gyarados made it out of top 8 last week, even though it had over half, or almost half. So we'll have to see. Meanwhile, only a single Golem last week, and it made it all the way to the finals. So we never know what we're going to end up seeing. We never know what we're going to end up seeing.
Pokemon Pocket, I've heard recently, is like a box of chocolates. So I 100% understand that. It's interesting looking at the matchups. Yeah, because you never know what you're going to get. So I like seeing how the brackets is broken down, because every now and then you see the mirror matchup. You know, we see it right here, especially with the higher concentration decks like your Mewtwo's, your Pikachu decks, etc. But when you also get that random mirror match, or in the earlier rounds, typically you'll see them on the Saturday matchups here. I think it's really cool to watch, a Blaine versus a Blaine specifically. That's just me as a caster. I don't know about you in the audience if you enjoy watching that type of breakdown, but when it's an obscure deck in a mirror match against an obscure deck, or one that you would typically not see deeper into the brackets, that I like casting just for that little bit of little variation, if you will. So I personally think that that's fun. But there's a lot of cool meta matchups. As expected, I see a Gardevoir versus Obstrika Pikachu. The Alakazam deck I know is going to be a crowd favorite just because it's Alakazam. I'm an Alakazam fan as well. That's how I ran my Ditto deck. There's lots of cool things we can work with here, but I want to, as I know you're getting ready for the next portion here, and we're going to get the first game up on screen. The shoutcast of specifically Aerodactyl Primeape is interesting because I come from, as many of you know, prior to playing Pokemon Pocket, I was a Marvel Snap streamer almost exclusively for about 2 years, and have done a lot of tournaments with them and a lot of castings, etc. And one of the big names, which we also know here in this community, is Dexter. And Dexter put out the Aerodactyl EX Primate video a little over 24 hours ago. And then we watch how successful Aerodactyl has been in this tournament. Is this the sleeper we thought it would be? Or do we think that it's just something that happens to be a flavor of the moment?
Yeah, I mean, we also even saw way earlier this week Primate win a tournament. I think that's one of the reasons we are seeing it pop up so much as well. But videos like Dexter's really get that deck out there outside of just people who are following some of those tournaments. And then it becomes hugely popular. It's insane. Sure. So I do think we're going to have to watch the Alakazam first. They're having a little bit of problems with stream on the other one. So let's hop into channel 14 in the Discord. That's where they're going to be streaming the game.
Yeah, bada bing, bada boom. All three of us are hopping in there because otherwise then I lose my audio, do I not?
Yeah, we're all gonna hop in there.
Gotcha. All right, let's go.
Okay, so I'm just getting that game up here.
There we go. All right, I've muted it on my end so I can take a look and see what's going on. They do have some cards already down on the board for us. We see the Alakazam and the Mewtwo down on the back line, Dredigan up front and center, and the Zebstrika is already starting to chip away at the Mewtwo EX in the back line with the Pikachu EX already locked and loaded, but not a really strong bench to kind of supplement with it, even though they are sitting on a Dedenne.
Yeah, having this Pikachu there, I think both having it already set up, but until that bench is completely full, they're not really going to swing with that Pikachu either because of its attack. We do have a potential for Dedenne in that on that bench spot shortly, but Zebstrika is just poking around that Druddigon, which is not what any Druddigon player wants to see.
Yeah, exactly. Just being able to dance around that, take it away from me, take it away from me, take it away from me. I like the reservation of, okay, you know what? You're already starting to chip away at the Mewtwo EX. I have to put this front and center. Let me just only focus on the bench as they do draw the Sabrina. So they could switch that Mewtwo back out and then continue to backline that Mewtwo. And it's exactly what they end up doing. They're going to switch it on back, bring the Mewtwo EX back onto the back line again, put the Dredigan on forward, now drop the Dedenne, and maybe take a bigger hit and get a single point, because they could be 1, 2, 3. If they Zebstrika the Mewtwo right away, they could be 3 hits away from winning this.
Yeah, and I mean, the Mewtwo's already in range of getting KO'd by a 3-benched Pikachu EX next time it comes forward. Now it's set up for 2. We don't even need another basic. I'm double checking. This is actually doesn't run any type of Gardevoir, so this Mewtwo can't swing multiple times unless it's like completely set up with 5 energy on it.
Yeah, and I like that for the Alakazam style build, because you're using Dredigan the same way before Mythical Island came out as you would use basically a Snorlax or a Chansey, or you just or a Kangaskhan. It's just a meat shield. You say, here, go ahead and hit me. I'm not putting too much on this. You do what you got to do. I might retreat it out. That's the most you're going to see me do with it. And you don't have to worry about the kind of energy that goes with it, which is obviously, at least in my opinion, the best way to currently play this card. But by taking the slow grind route of allowing time to draw the Alakazam line or allowing time to build up the Mewtwo EX, it's just a lower Pokemon concentration way of how to build an Alakazam, a Mewtwo EX deck where it's just doing it organically, like you're talking about here.
Yeah.
As we do see Zebstrika take another hit, chip away another 30 off of the Mewtwo on the back line, and they're sitting the Dedenne in their hand as well, plus another. Oh man, this is not looking good for our opponent.
Yeah, I think doing that like slow Mewtwo deck kind of had like a rise at the end of Genetic Apex, especially with that baby Mewtwo that they were using to tank for a while there. But Zebstrika is not the variant of Pikachu you're going to be going against if that's your game plan. Because as you can see here, Mewtwo is in range of being KO'd by any of these mons. Even that Zapdos with a Giovanni would be enough to KO it now. Let me give our player here their 1 point for knocking out that Zebstrika. I wonder, I mean, you're the Alakazam player here. I haven't thought too much about the Alakazam lines into Pikachu. How strong is Alakazam into a Pikachu deck? If they were able to find Alakazam, that is.
If they pull out the Alakazam, that means it's going to end up hitting for, I believe, 120.
Okay.
If I remember correctly on the math. So it should be able to take it down. But I wonder, as we're watching slowly that Mewtwo EX get dripped down to its final 10, what can they do against Hans to survive long enough to maybe get some more energy or draw the Alakazam if they don't have it in their hand, even though they're sitting on obviously a very large hand.
Yeah.
At this point in the game, there's no basics left in the deck. You know, the Pokeball just dropped on down. It's looking pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think though that like risk of that Alakazam, if it does one-shot Pikachu, like you're saying, is why we're seeing the Zapdos just poke away at Mewtwo instead of risking that Pikachu to an Alakazam swing.
Now we see the Deden drop on down. Here's the X speed, pull it on back, and it's you know what's happening.
Oh, we're gonna go straight to the
we're going for the shock. Oh, that's just rude.
I mean, it is just enough to KO, but you're not even getting paralyzed.
That's a BM right there. That's just rude.
Yeah, I mean, Dedenne is normally used for its paralyzed. Maybe not so much this time, but that is going to be 2 points for Hans, putting them in the lead of points. And even if Alakazam appears, I mean, it's only going to get a 1-pointer unless we see a Sabrina as well.
Yeah, it's only sacrificing the 1-pointer, keeping the EXs on the back line. We do see the Kadabra get pushed forward. Let's see if they go for the evolution at this point. They do have it. If you watch it come out on the left side of the screen, it was the top deck on that turn. So here comes Alakazam getting its third energy, most likely, taking a hit and taking a single point in the process. They did draw, and Sabrina comes forward. They bring out the Pikachu EX. It only has the 1 energy on it, so it's gonna be a little bit of a lower hit. It's gonna be able to survive a Pikachu EX hit in return. This might be a play it around retreat fest right now as we see 90 come on down from Alakazam, and there's gonna have to be some movement. No?
I think Pikachu did a really smart play there, giving up the Pikachu with only 1 energy on it, not allowing a one-shot. And now we are going to take that final point. Hans played that absolutely perfectly, I think. Even
what a
down,
Geo. Oh.
Yeah, perfectly timed Geo for sure.
That Geo could not have come at a better time. Both players got cards that they absolutely needed at the last second brilliantly. And that's 1 point right there. That's going to end up going into favor of, Hans Cope.
Yeah, that is going to be game 1 in the best of 3. So Soul Pokemon still could come back. They could reverse sweep with that, take game 2 and 3. But we'll have to see if they're able to, because that was a masterclass by Hans.
Yeah, that means at this current point, I want to say, Soul Pokemon has gone up against 3 other Zebstrika Pikachu decks and went 2-1 with them. So we do know that they can play into the deck. It's not like it was their only loss or their only tie along the pipeline. So I think it's just going to be about, the draws at this point on watching which Pokemon gets pulled from the Pokeball. Are they going to have to go down a Zapdos trickle away line, try to bring down a single point of the Dredigan? It's a great defensive play to put out the Dredigan with this deck. It's a very interesting build.
Yeah, it's definitely the tank that they want to start with. Dredigan is such a strong tank. For those who don't know, his ability does allow any time you attack into him with damage, that the attacking Pokemon also receives 20 damage back. With Mewtwo EX, not that big of a deal when you're swinging for 150, but Alakazam, as you can see, if you're playing around those different energies, can be really, it could really help with the Alakazam.
And I think one of the bigger things too, especially if you're running a Pikachu deck in particular, where you need a full bench, understanding the importance of an open deck list tournament and capitalizing on pulling in the information of are they playing red card or not, and then having the reservation to not just drop down your cards rapid fire, you know, because I need the full deck, I need to throw the threat out. No, you don't need to threaten them. They're gonna find out real quick what you're doing anyway, so they don't need that information. So have the reservation, keep it on the back line, in your hand, I should say, before you put it down on the back line as long as possible, as now we watch Zebstrika do what Zebstrika does best, starting to chip away piece by piece on that 2-pointer on the back line.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what Zebstrika is going to be doing, able to avoid that ability of Druddigons. Mewtwo's not going to be the most happy about it, but just like you're saying, a lot of these players are getting to hold those really important cards in their hand. I think that is to note that both players are not playing red card, which allows them to play more greedily like that and not give out the information that they otherwise wouldn't want to. Let's see. We are going to go on and see retreat back to Pikachu here. Pikachu's not threatened by an Alakazam this time, so we can go on and swing freely into this Mewtwo EX. And it looks like we're going to do it with 90. Comes.
Yep, smack it up for 90, drop it down to 30. Probably see a retreat is probably going to have to happen at this point for the Mewtwo EX. Put the Druddigon back on forward. It's a waste of energy, but right now I think Soul Pokemon's just begging for a stronger backline as they finally drop an Abra onto their bench. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this could be seen as a little bit of a late Abra. It sucks not to be able to go in and evolve your Mon up to that Kadabra. Alakazam is definitely a weak spot and vulnerability in some of these stage 2 decks where they don't find that Kadabra Alakazam in the way they want to. Obviously, this is that basic, but big ouch. I would love in the future to see some type, especially with that next set, see some type of evolution search in the next couple of sets. Druddigon is going to get put forward, but Zebstrika is not going to care about the Druddigon. If we don't see a potion, we could just have Zebstrika this turn, but it doesn't actually seem to be Han's game plan.
We now got a Blitzel in the hand. They can take it down all in one shot. Here comes the Giovanni. Take a point onto the line, so it's going to be 1-0.
Yep.
Hans in the lead, trying to clean sweep here. They're going to take 20 damage. That's completely fine comparatively. And they basically have no choice but to put the Abra forward, no?
We're just going to concede. Okay.
That's it.
That's going to be that game. Let me quickly see, guys, if we can get us another matchup here. Okay. Does look like the Exeggutor, Mew, and Blaine are playing. Let me just try to figure out what room they're in.
Sure.
Let's see. I think it's room 4. My streamer mode is not letting me read the name right now. Is room 4 a Rodin? I think it should be. Oh, we got dragged. Okay, perfect.
On into this next broadcast. Here we go. We're going to be switching on out. They have shared over differently. We're going into this room. Here we go. Let me pop that out so I can take a look and see where we are in the scope of the match. And right now, yeah, I see Rodin, who's running that looks like the Blaine deck, potentially, versus a Celebi, which is already in the active position, trying to build up their backup plan on the back line with the Execute, and they're just drawing a bunch of Ponitas at this current point. It's right in the very beginning of this battle. I'm going to see if we can click on in and see who won at least the first match.
Let's see.
They're scrambling up the eggs, though. They put forward the Execute. I guess they're not sitting on the Exeggutor at this point to take on the early damage. Oh, no, they're using it as their primary tank. Go ahead and put one energy down on it, get some coin flips going, and tank some damage early on, while the Celebi now sits onto the bench. It's going to be all coin flips, coin flip with these Exeggutors, obviously. It's one of the reasons I think that Celebi is even in the top 32 right now, is just having that ability to buy time. Because if you don't get the superior line and immediately be able to double up all of that energy, you need something that's going to allocate some time. And as we said, there's a variety of different Exeggutor builds that people have been opting into in this new version of Celebi that seems to be having a lot more success this week.
Yeah, for sure. This new build with a tank to help protect that Celebi seems to really be taking off. We had something like 5 different Mons, 5 different Celebi decks in our top 32. Even the ones that actually say superior Celebi are running a 1-1 line of Exeggutor, which is really interesting to note here. And we are going to be powering up 2 different Ponytas. They're also going to be coin flipping here, but they're only going to do damage if they hit heads.
They'll do 10 and then add 20 due to the weakness. So it'll do 30 or 60 because the add-on on the coin flip will add 30. Yeah. As we just saw a nice big 60 hit from that Ponyta on the Exeggutor. So not even worried about, am I getting Rapidash or not? It's just straight up. Let's see what happens here and see if I can get 60 or 30 to chip away progressively at the Exeggutor. I think it's more a race to the Rapidash than it is the race to how much energy can I get on Celebi at this point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if Rapidash appears, it's going to be able to do a lot of damage in this Exeggutor. And they're all 1-pointers in this Blaine deck here that Rodon is running. Meaning Mercur is going to have to knock out a number of those different Pokemon. But that being said, Rodon does need a second basic, which we do now see.
Yeah, and at least it's a Vulpix, which will be able to delay a little longer if coin flips go into their realm. I think it's interesting watching a Blaine versus Exeggutor deck, and the coin flips actually truly do matter now, you know, because of the different variations we see with Ponyta. I'm personally a believer of the OG Rapidash. I think for a Blaine deck in particular, that's the line I like to run. But this Ponyta, I absolutely like better, because if you're going to put out some damage, have that chance to maybe hit a higher ceiling, because 10 damage, 20 damage, it's nominal difference at that point. As Sabrina gets dropped in and they're looking to try and KO the Vulpix before that gets online, since it already has an energy built onto it. Can they one-shot it right here?
Oh, they are going to.
They get the extra 40.
Ouch. That's me at .2. I think this is their game 1 as far as I can tell here.
Okay. Beautiful.
Let's see. So we're going to see all 3 of them. Okay.
Absolutely beautiful. And Blaine now makes an appearance with no evolution still.
Ouch.
Just throw the extra energy on it, and man, they need Exeggutor to not hit this turn just to survive long enough to maybe have something else happen. But slowly that Celebi is continuing to lock and load, go and go, and without an evolutionary line getting ready on the bench, and now they flip tails, so it's going to hit for 30. They have to land a coin flip and draw something. It's not looking good for that horse versus the really pissed off Pineapple.
Not the mad Pineapple. I think after that coin flip, Mercur is in a very good spot right now. I mean, if he hits heads, he wins the game. The Celebi could have upwards of 4 energy on it before, it is even in the active spot. That's pretty good odds to hit Ponyta, who's only at 60 health.
Flip it good. See what happens. Oh, no, they're going to now they draw their Mew. It's, I believe in their deck, their one and only Mew EX into this build, because they're running 1 Celebi and 1 Mew, but otherwise it's all Exeggutor. It's interesting that they've gone with the reverse mindset of what last week presented. As we watch the coin flip, do they take it out here? They do. That's going to hit it for 80 and knock out the Ponyta right there. GG's. Mercur goes ahead and gets their 3rd point and takes a lead 1-0 in this match. Watching
sure.
as I was leading into with Celebi, the strength of saying Celebi is the primary win condition of the deck, which was what most people were doing last week, versus we happen to have one in here of this week. Very, very different.
Yeah, no. I think the plan for Celebi has changed so much in this single week. Kind of insane, especially when you're seeing it in this deck, just so exaggerated with one Celebi, no superiors at all, and even a Mew EX to support as a almost secondary attacker, putting that Celebi as a 3rd attacker almost.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just let me see what the Exeggutor can do. I'm going to use the Mew or the Celebi kind of as a tank more than anything else, to then allow the Celebi to slowly either gain on the back line because the Mew is forward. You use one of the Exeggutors to buy time. Like, it's just, it's a very different approach to how Celebi decks had been built last week versus this week. And Mew is just one of these incredibly scary, I think is the best word for it, cards. But in most other matchups versus, against anything but a Blaine deck, because a Blaine deck obviously is pushing fast power, right? It's a 1 energy attack, it's a 2 energy attack. If Mew's going to do what Mew does best, it has to put 3 energy on it to do its thing. So now it's playing at a deficit and at a weakness. So I don't know. I mean,
that's a really good
having
point.
the Mew forward. This is tough.
Let me quickly checking if we have a budding expeditioner. And oh, I have this wrong channel. Oop. 1 second. Sorry about that, guys. There we go.
So the Mew deck is not running a budding expeditioner.
Okay. So yeah, I think this is not a great spot for Mew to be in, especially since we are, running grass energies only. Mew EX, definitely against some of those decks like Mewtwo EX, it can beat it at a deficit, 3 instead of 4 energies. You only need 3 on Mew EX instead of 4 on Charizard, or some of those other decks. Not the same case here, just like you're pointing out. The Mew's kind of just stuck, and even then, Blaine often is relying on that Blaine supporter that Merker's not going to be running in his deck.
I think the big thing right now is trying to figure out, do you have enough to just let Mew tank just long enough to hold on and not be a 2-point loss? Yeah. Can you afford to say, if they pull the Rapidash the way that they want to, because they're running, as you see in their hand, they're running one of each, and they, depending on the situation, can vary between, do I need the single energy push, or do I need, in this case, as they go with, the 2 energy push, and they go for the coin flip to try to take down the Mew. They hit tails, so they do not one-shot the Mew, but they do have the flexibility of doing so if they also draw a Blaine, and then they don't even have to worry about the coin flip if they don't want to. But I still don't think you do that. You start building up that Ninetales as your second point.
Yeah, I mean, just like you said, with Blaine, this Mew stands 0 chance. I think you have to retreat here, but do we have the Exeggutor? Because otherwise these Exeggutors get KO'd as well. Let's see.
At least with the Exeggutor, though, it's a single point. So if they need to throw out, sometimes you got to break a couple eggs, right? That's literally what they would be doing. They have to throw up the Exeggutor just to tank a little bit of damage, to buy a little bit of time, an extra card draw, 1 more energy. That's not a terrible thing to do if they absolutely need to. The Mew and how Mercure chooses to use the Mew specifically here is interesting, because you just saw they put a potion on it. That's going to bring them up to 70. They now can do the attack and try to take down their own Rapidash with their own hit. So we're going to see the coin flip happen. If it hits heads, the Rapidash disappears, and we have a major issue if we are the Blaine deck.
Oh,
it does hit it.
That's
going to hits KOs. Oh.
Point for Merc. Oh my gosh, that is not what they wanted. I mean, Rodon was just hoping for that heads themselves to KO that Mew EX, and Mew EX said no, but I'll show you how to flip a coin. I'll show you how to flip a coin.
Man, that Pokeball was huge. That was a huge Pokeball right there, because you've got Mew already online to do Ninetales' ability, And if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, Mew will not lose one of its leaf energies.
Very true. Yeah, it won't. And returning back into that Ninetales, it can KO. We do sort of retreat on back now, back to Ponyta, who can do something with one energy, but obviously not enough to finish off this Mew EX.
At least they're sitting on the other Rapidash as well, so that way they know it's a guaranteed takedown with that Mew EX. If it's still for some reason in the active position, they're gonna go ahead and Sabrina so they can take on the Ninetales ability and not let their Ninetales try to catch on. It's down to a 90 hit. It's gonna KO that Ninetales in one shot. Rapidash would then be able to reply, go ahead and take down the Mew on the front line. We need to see some Blaines or some Exeggutors to prolong this past 3 turns.
Let's see. Yeah, that's going to be a 0.2 for Mercury now. That is not what Rodon wanted to see that turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great reservation and use of the Sabrina.
For sure. Without the grass type... the other Rapidash is going to come down. That's going to be able to KO that Mew EX. And we're going to be back on even footing.
Yeah, brings it to 2-2. 100 on the board. Fire now in the primary. And I wonder if Mercury has been sitting potentially on the Exeggutor, ready and set to go. Of any kind. Exeggutor EX, the other Exeggutor. I think they're running 3 versions of it, if I remember correctly. I have to double check.
Oh my gosh.
I forget if it's 2 or 3 versions of the different Exeggutors in their deck. They are running 2. There's one of them, obviously. So there we go. Now it's a race to how many Blaines and how many hits can you survive with this Exeggutor EX on the front line.
Yeah, we're running both of the genetic Apex Exeggutors, which give either 40 base or 30 base damage. Meaning, no matter how this coin flip lands, there is some type of damage going to Rapidash. In this case, a whole 80 does mean Rapidash could be KO'd next turn.
Yeah, Rapidash needed to see a bunch of tails and see a bunch of Blaines get drawn all at the same time. They're scratching together something right here. This is just put the damage out there because they can, but I mean, it's basically game over because it's a guaranteed 40 hit next turn.
Yeah, this is going to be a game, and I believe that's game 2 here, or is that game 1?
That is game 2.
Yep, and let's see if we can find us another top 32.
Well, they're still going, correct?
Wasn't that? I thought they.
It's a best of 3, right?
Oh, for some reason I thought Mercury won both. I'm a dum-dum. My brain has fizzled. Okay, we're going into game 3. I will go in and cover them up then so they can get set up. Let's see. No, it was Mercury that won both. It looks like they did put it in 2-0 for Mercury.
Had a total brain fart. You know what? I've been taking in a lot of content recently, and it's all a blur. So you know what? I trust chat. I trust you. You lead the way. I'm just following here. I'm just having a good time. I hope the chat is as well. We all need a Snickers, just like they're saying in the chat. We all need a Snickers. Hashtag not sponsored.
You're not sponsored. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out which games are open to watch.
Okay.
Most people are into their game 3 real quick. Just quickly seeing. It looks like we could watch an Aerodactyl Mewtwo game. Which room are they in? The let's see.
I'm trying to look through too as well to see if it's someone in there. Is that in 2?
In 2, let's. Sebastian.
I believe.
They're different.
It looks like it based on the board.
Yeah, we can hop in there. It might be them with just a different name. So yeah, let's hop in there. Yep, it is the correct one. Coolio.
Beautiful. Yep, we see Raisin Gaming against Holland Mentor. Raisin Gaming, also known as Zing, in the bracket today. And Primeape is... interesting. They're running... I don't see any damage on that Primeape quite yet, though. So that's interesting that they're running it without the other Mankey.
It's the new Primeape that they would do 50 base damage, is why. So you don't have to have damage on this Primeape.
Yeah, true.
To do that base damage here.
It's like they're inviting chaos. You know, this deck that we're watching from Holland Mentor. This is the #1 deck. This is the #1 seed in the tournament. They have gone, I believe, 13-2. Sorry, no, that was the winner last week. This deck has already gone 10-0 this week. And watching a Mewtwo Gardevoir Mew deck try to keep up with it, it's really interesting. I'm curious to watch this one, especially with Marshadow, who I did not necessarily feel was one of the strongest cards looking at its release. But I mean, I'm curious to see how they're playing this one, if they're using what looks to me as Primeape as bait to then have Marshadow be a kind of like you would treat Raichu, right? Just let it do its thing, one big hit for cheap, and then it's done. And it's going to get KO'd without sacrifice. So, and instead they're going to pull back their Primeape, bring out the Hitmonlee, and start to chip away at the Mew EX on the back line.
Yeah, I think this is so interesting. I mean, Marshadow is our first almost like comeback mechanic that, similar to how they do in the normal physical card game. If a Mon has been knocked out with damage the turn before, Marshadow can do 100 damage. This Hitmonlee is going to put Mew in range of a Marshadow attack as well, and pretty close to that of an Aerodactyl attack that can do 80. So we'll have to see what they decide to do here, but I do think Zing is in a pretty risky spot. If they KO this Hitmonlee, which they actually can't even do here, unless we do see a Gardevoir come down, they're going to have that Mew EX in range of being KO'd by Marshadow. Their Mewtwo is already in range of being KO'd by a Marshadow. And more Hitmonlee attack means that Aerodactyl could be a threat as well. And they're only poking into 1-pointers right now. This is a good play by Holometer.
They're going to instead retreat back the Mewtwo EX. It looks like they're going to bring forward. Yep, they're going to bring forward the Mew. Start to chip away with the single energy on Mew, and maybe start building up that energy, because if they can take on the Hitmonlee ability and not do an attack, they could slowly chip away the whole back line piece by piece using Hitmonlee's own ability. Yeah,
this is a scary spot to be in. I mean, if Gardevoir appears next turn, we could see that Marshadow be taken out, Primeape could be KO'd, but even if Gardevoir doesn't, because of that type advantage, Hitmonlee could go down next turn. I wonder if that 30 damage right now is going to go onto that Mewtwo EX in the back line, putting it in range of Aerodactyl. Zing has not taken a single point here. Perhaps Mew EX KOs, Marshadow return KOs, Mewtwo return KOs, Aerodactyl finishes up the game, but that's not the line that Zing is going to want to see.
I think they're basically they're trying to debate right now what's the #1 attack they should be working with on the front line that Mew could get 2 turns from now, and what attack will Mew be able to genome, hack on the genome that following turn. And it looks like they see the Hitmonlee line becoming an issue into the future, so they're going to bring forward the Aerodactyl, start to chip away at it, and I do think that that's the right play right now, because they can take down the Mew EX in 2 turns. Mew, unless if that Gardevoir is pulled, Mew cannot do elsewise. But Aerodactyl EX down on the board. Actually, no, they wouldn't. Oh, no, they can evolve on the bench, yeah.
Yeah, Aerodactyl seems pretty safe. I mean, Mew EX is only at 1 energy, so even retreating is not going to bring back that 150 attack from Mewtwo EX.
Right.
I wonder I mean, are we gonna swing with 50 here?
I think a small chip away might be a good idea. Ooh, I wonder, are they, let me see in their deck list if they're running a Geo. They're not running a Geo because they could have positioned themselves to be 90 away if they had a Giovanni in their deck, but they are not running a Geo. Instead, they're running Leaf as one of their trainer options. Now they rotate back in the Hitmonlee since it's no longer a threat. They go ahead and kick that Mew EX on the back line.
And that's game.
After chipping it down. And yeah, there's your points right there. 1, 2, and 3. And Holland Mentor, once again, with this crazy Aerodactyl math, is able to chip away and hit on the back line.
Yep, that is not what Zing wanted to see, but by retreating that Mew EX, I mean, he was kind of in checkmate, right? Like, you retreat the Mew EX, you lose. You keep the Mew EX in the active spot, you lose. I don't think there was an answer for it. Let's see if there's anyone else still playing in that top 32 right now. Let's see. It does look like they're only 5 minutes into Chaco's game?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find where they are, though. Let's see.
Room number 5.
Okay, perfect. Let's hop in there next. Okay.
Right, there we are. We can see the Pikachu EX already locked and loaded, and it looks like they've been Sabrina'd to put the Deden forward instead, as Mew EX is going to be able to just chip away a little bit of damage if they put their energy down. No, sorry, the energy's already been played on in. So they draw their X speed, they X speed out the Deden to bring back forward, I would assume, either the Pikachu EX or the Zapdos. Yeah, they bring forward the Pikachu EX. They're going to be able to take down the Mew right there and get 2 points to start them off.
Yeah, that's going to be that first 2 points going for our player here. There we go. Everything is up. Yeah, Pikachu seems to be in a really strong position right here. The entire bench setup, just like you said. Jim Boone, I mean, needs to retreat, but he's not going to be able to knock out anything this turn either.
Putting forward the Curlia is interesting. And there's the concession right there. So they have nothing. They don't have the evolutionary line. They can't do anything with it. We've got energy favoring Jim Boone. And Jim Boone's going to take a win. I'm not sure if it's win number 1 or win number 2. We're going to take a look on the back end, see if they've already claimed their matchup.
Yep, that was their game 3. And
yeah, that was... There we go.
That should be the last of our top 32, so we can look over at that meta breakdown. I will...
Yes.
Up. And we can check out how our top 16 is looking now. We obviously still have a number of Aerodactyls in our top 16. We did have a Arczard that survived. Aerodactyl Mew survived. And a couple of those Celebis are still holding strong as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're in the top 16 now, and we have two Celebi decks move forward. I see 1, 2, 3 Aerodactyl decks move forward, and then we have 2 Gyarados decks moving forward. It's pretty safe to say you're almost always going to find your Raichu your Pikachu decks. You're going to almost always find your Mewtwo decks, but the one lone Arcanine deck is very intriguing to me because it has to take down Celebi and it's in an advantage. That would be a match I would love to be able to potentially open with because it is a more classic Celebi deck. It has only one Execute and Exeggutor EX built into it. So it's really all in on the Celebi deck. and has one backup alternate win condition, and now it's here in the top 16. So I'm curious how it holds up against another long-term deck like Arcanine Charizard.
Yeah, I definitely am interested to see how it's going. We can see. We'll wait a second to let them get set up then, and then we'll hop into that Zarkanine versus Celebi here. Really interesting. Just like you're saying, it is running that one Exeggutor EX that can do 40 to 80 damage. One Sabrina in this list, one Potion, obviously the two Ericas, 2 XP, 2 Pokeball, and 2 Research. I'm really interested to see how this deck plays out.
I also like looking at the top 8 of this top 16 here, right? Your 2 middle matches looked like every single tournament that happened up until 2 weeks ago. But then the top matchup and the matchup in spot number 4, it's like, wait a minute, there's Primeape, Mew, Aerodactyl, Greninja, and Gyarados all being featured in those matchups. Like the release of Mythical Island has affected the meta so heavily that there are so many different viable decks, and people are still honing what's the best way to run them. It's exciting to watch how people are finding every possible piece of what a good deck is and then making it their own. But there is one thing in this top 16, I don't know if you've noticed, that is missing versus last week. Can you tell what it is?
Golem. No Golem this week.
Exactly. Golem Druddigan surprised the living hell out of me. I was expecting it to be a lot more present. It was the number 5 most popular deck this week, and not one of them made it into even the top 16 this week. So Golem, it worked really well last week. Congratulations. It won the tournament. Others tried to run it and just didn't have the same successes.
Yeah, I was so sad to see so few Golem in the top, or 0 Golem in our top 32. I actually really enjoyed that deck this week. I played it a pretty big amount, and I thought, it was a bit slower maybe than some of the decks that we're seeing, but once you get it online, it feels so strong. It has so many different options for attackers, which is really nice. So I guess we are seeing that as well in that Primeape Aerodactyl list as well, those number of different attackers that you can swap in between. Let's see.
I wonder also, as we look at, as we watch the evolution of going into the top 8, the top 4, and whatever makes it into the finals, I'm curious what chat thinks as well. Not what do you want, but what do you think is going to make it into the finals? Is it going to be what we'll call a Mythical Island deck or a classic, genetic Apex deck? Because obviously Pikachu and Mewtwo EX decks are the most prominent. They're the most consistent that we've seen in tournament play, pre and post Mythical Island release. But now there's all of these other sprinkles that are entering into the meta, including, as we talked about, with Aerodactyl EX, Mew, Gyarados. I'm curious which makes it the furthest, and will we also see our first 15-0 deck in these tournaments?
Yeah, it's gonna be so interesting to see that. I definitely agree. I'm getting us up our next game here. I'm gonna send you the Twitch link. One sec. So we can watch that.
Gotcha.
Up.
I love how the community understands also with these tournaments that the reason that these tournaments can be as popular as they are and as fun as they are and have grown to the massive amount that we almost had 2,000 people registering for it is because the community respects the fact that We need you to make these tournaments happen. We need you to share your games, whether it be sharing it on Discord, sharing it on Twitch, sharing it on YouTube, so we can cast and we can talk about these games live and get more people to come join us. I have to say, as someone who's worked in these community events in this game, as well as many games in the past, thank you proactively for the future, as well as retroactively for the past, because it is amazing to watch how the community understands and respects that we want to get more people to play this game. We want to share our love for this game consistently and regularly. And the only way we can do that is if we have games to talk about. If we have our competitors going out of their way to share their games, we have that here, right here. Someone who does not stream on Twitch, streaming to Twitch because it's easier for them to broadcast there, because they want to be a part of this event and they want to hang out. So I just want to say thank you to this community as we get ready to take a look at Rabe's matchup here in the top 16.
Yeah, I agree. It is absolutely huge how willing the community is to stream their different games. We could not do this without them, and it's a huge shout out to our entire community for making such large, 2,000 player tournaments happen. This competitive community would not be obviously what it is without the players, and obviously the viewers as well, because it's so important to have people who are willing to not only play the game but watch it as well. So thank you to everyone. We're just waiting for them to load into that matchup now, guys. So let's see.
Yeah, they're just sharing and trading information, sharing codes, getting the matchup up and running.
I do want to give a huge shout out to our sponsor as well. XP Collect has been so huge in helping us with this tournament. They put up that 400 USD every single week. They are a card shop that you can order different pre-releases through, or pre-orders through. You can order your Pokemon card games, the physical cards, Yu-Gi-Oh, One Piece, Lorcana. If you guys check out that link, they haven't had to cancel a pre-order in, I think, over 8 years. So make sure to check them out, because that record is absolutely, I mean, it's crazy. So we are hopefully going to be getting into this game in 1 second here.
Yeah, they're just sharing and trading right now, waiting on the connection to go on through. But either way, I mean, these like you were saying, these tournaments cannot happen without the mixture of the community, the sponsors, and I think everybody in the chat also agrees the amount of work that you've put in on your end. We want to say thank you to you for helping to highlight this and give many people something to look forward to every weekend, including during the holiday season right here. And it happens to be the largest event you have ever hosted. This is the largest tournament you've ever had. Is that correct?
Yeah, this is the largest tournament thus far. Absolutely insane to see. I'm really excited to see how it's continued to grow, though. So obviously it wouldn't grow without everyone here. So huge shout out to all the players. I feel really shy when people say compliments, but we are having some technical difficulties, it appears, getting into this game.
That's okay.
I'm gonna send you another link. It's gonna be Hans Cope again with that Zebstrika into a Mewtwo EX. So I'm gonna bring that up now. Let's see. Let me just get up a.
Beautiful. I see you here. Thank you.
It's gonna be Hans Cope.
Beautiful. All right. I do see it there. I know you're getting it up and loaded on your end, but to give you the heads up, yeah, it is a Gardevoir Mewtwo with a 1 Mew EX sprinkled in deck going up against a Zebstrika Pikachu. This is what we're going to call more of a meta alternate version, because the Gardevoir line that they've built, they're only playing 1 Mew. I'm shocked to see only 1 Mythical Slab, because ever since Mythical Slab came on out, I put 2 into every single one of those decks every single time. But they're also running 2 Leafs into a Mewtwo deck. And that, I think, is, to me, probably the most interesting part of this, because they're running 2 Blues, 2 Leafs, a Sabrina, a Giovanni, and 2 Professor's Research. That is 8 different trainers to use every single. I've never seen that many supporters specifically in one deck.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to see, but I think that number of supporters is why we're seeing that lower Mythical Slab count. I personally think Mythical Slab is such a strong card, lets you dig deeper into your deck even if you're not hitting the card you specifically want.
Yep.
That being said, when you're outnumbered by trainers and you don't have that many Pokemon, that's a lower chance of hitting anything. So totally understandable in this case. But definitely really interesting, just like you're pointing out. We are going to have two Zebstrikas here on the Pikachu side. I'm going to see if I can make this a little bit more clear. They are covering up their hand, so we can maybe show a little bit more of the screen. Let's see here. That's a lot of Darkrai's that they've drawn.
Yeah, they're ready. This is clearly not their first rodeo when it comes to streaming and talking competition at the same time. So Desai, right now, who's building up that Mewtwo EX, it's already online, gonna be able to hit for 150 each turn. And they do have time to build up the Zapdos if they choose to instead. I feel like that kind of has to be the line versus Pikachu EX, because they're going to throw forward, I'd assume, the Zebstrika at this point, correct?
They're going to have to give that Zebstrika some more time. I mean, if maybe that energy from that Pikachu is on Zapdos, they could go that direction like you're saying, but they're going to rely on that big attack, because otherwise Pikachu and Zapdos both get one-hit KO'd by this Mewtwo now.
Yeah, it's just, I think this is a single one hit that comes from the Zeb, but they don't put the energy on it to put any kind of damage down on the back line or anywhere on the board. I think your only way to potentially win this is hitting big on the curve of a Zapdos coin flip.
Yeah, I will say potentially with the Zebstrika attack, this Mewtwo EX could go to 90 health, be in range of that Pikachu attack, but Hans Cope hasn't taken a single point, which means that would just basically be a sacrifice. So we are most likely going to have to see, well, now actually with that energy attached onto Zebstrika, Zapdos can't attack next turn. Oh, Sabrina is going to be at the end of game though.
Yep, that's a straight up GG at this point. It is what it is. Mewtwo EX, as soon as that Gardevoir is online, it is an incredibly difficult deck to try and tackle on through. You need the big hits, and right there, that's going to bring Fza all the way forward. Hans Cope, unfortunately, has lost this one, and Mewtwo takes another win.
Yeah, that's going to be game one now. Ouch. We'll have to see if the Pikachu can come back from that attack. But let's see.
Yeah, that's game one right there, according to Desai.
Yeah, I am going to assume here that this player's going to cover up their hand, since it seems like they're used to, not hand, their passcode, since it seems like they're used to streaming. But I may have to quickly cover a screen otherwise. Let's see. Oh, cover up screen.
Oh, it's already matched.
Oh, we are in. So let's go on and get into that game here. They're going to get set up. I'm interested to see what Pikachu is going to be deciding to run here. Let me double check the list, but I thought one thing that was really interesting with Hans Cope's list, he is running today. For some reason, I thought we saw a Pikachu earlier that was not. I'm assuming we're going to want to find Dedenne this game if Mewtwo does scale in the way that he did last game, because at least Dedenne has the chance stalling out a couple turns with that Paralyze. And Dedenne is such a nice Pokemon. He does only do 10 damage, but with that Paralyze, it doesn't really matter. That Mewtwo can't do anything while you get him in a range or start building up that Zapdos. And with only one energy, you don't need any setup on this little mouse. So
yeah, very powerful mouse at that, if it's able to hold you back just long enough to say, I can either chip away at you, or more importantly, I can just stop you from doing what you're essentially planned to do, and I can build up all my other stuff in the meanwhile.
For sure.
We did see, as Desai was clicking through their hand, they did show a little bit of their hand in the process. So I'm curious to see why they did not load up to do bench retreatings and stuff at this point, as we see the Curlia get drawn. There's the Mewtwo EX that I was
Okay.
referring to. That's going on to the back line. They can play and draw. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and do the
Okay.
evolution. If they want, they could go ahead and pull it back, but there's not enough damage that could even potentially come onto the board. I think it's safe to leave the Kirlia there a little longer, given how this deck is built.
Yeah, it seems pretty safe here. I mean, max a Zebstrika can do is 30 damage. Desai was able to keep that Mewtwo in his hand, it appears, because there was no energy, obviously, turn one going first. He didn't want to have that Mewtwo in the active spot, whereas Blitzel could be attacking into it. Like, definitely a smart play on Desai's side. I wonder how Han is going to get that damage that they want onto Mewtwo, but it looks like instead we're just going to focus on that Kirlia. If we can stop Gardevoir from appearing, that is always a win when you're against Mewtwo.
And I think that's the safest way to do it right now if you're Hans. You know, it's only a single point, yes, but it's a pretty safe bet to say you might as well take it down. I don't know if I would have done what the... Oh, they do have the Gardevoir. They did the retreat that way to save the energy. Go ahead and load the second energy onto Mewtwo. Now they're taking a defensive end by putting down the blue. All right, so now they've bought a little bit of time because blue is going to affect the entire board, so it's only going to hit for 20 damage. That buys one extra turn for the Gardevoir all by itself.
Yeah.
Nice movement right there.
That's really nice for sure. We're going to see Sabrina come down. We're just going to promote up that other Mewtwo EX. It is going to stall out that 150 attack. But Blitz, I mean, if Zebstrika stays in the active spot, he's still going to be able to swing for 50 this turn. Oh, a potion's going to come down, though. So we are going to need a Giovanni if we want to be able to knock out.
They are running one, so we are looking for that Geo to either get drawn or they're already currently sitting on it in their hand for Desai. The big thing that Sabrina did was it delayed the Gardevoir one extra turn.
Yeah.
I'm curious, if we see Giovanni, we know what's going to end up happening here. But I don't think there's really any other play, line, or move for them. At this point, they just got to load up the Mewtwo EX into the front, go ahead and take an extra piece. Yeah, it's only in the active spot, so they can't load up the back.
Yeah, that blue was so strong. Really interesting how blue affects the bench, but Giovanni doesn't. I think it makes a lot of sense, obviously. But that being said, blue does keep this Gardevoir from, being knocked out, even if we aren't able to KO that Zebstrika in the active spot this turn. Very, very smart move on their part. I'm a little surprised even that we did that, because 20 plus 30, like from this turn, Zebstrika could have that Mewtwo EX in range of a Giovanni Pikachu attack, but we did still opt into knocking that Gardevoir, though it didn't decrease the number of attacks we would need to put into the Gardevoir to KO it. But it looks like setting up a second Zebstrika.
So at least now there's a little bit of hope for Hans. I think if it was just the Pikachu, if we didn't see another basic of any kind, even just Zapdos or something else to strengthen the Pikachu in the backline, I was feeling really confident in Desai's setup, at least with what he has currently down. We don't even know, he could also be sitting on the Mew on the back line just to, hang on to it for a little longer and maybe pull that Zebstrika effect into the future. But Zebstrika slowly chipping away the Gardevoir. And if they put forward the next Zebstrika, if they have it in their hand onto the bench, they can go ahead and chip away the Gardevoir one final turn, and that'll slow down the Mewtwo on the bench. Yeah, instead, they're just they don't need to go for the full side drive. I like the idea of splitting the energy right there. Put a little bit down, because you're losing your Gardevoir next turn.
This seems kind of risky, though, for Hans, too. Such a slow approach does allow two Mewtwo EXs to be fully powered up. We can swing for 150 this turn into a new Zebstrika, get 0.2. Pikachu has to come to the active spot. You retreat back to the other Mewtwo EX, swing for 150. But stalling is all Hans can do in this moment. or the slow play is all that he can do here.
Yeah, even looking at the way that the deck is built for Hans, trying to figure out if is he going to be able to get the Den out there to buy some time. If he's dropping the Zapdos, I think it's not looking good. He's just loading up those Pikachus and hoping it's going to happen fast enough for him that they can get a Sabrina maybe to hit the back Mewtwo a little faster.
Yeah, I agree. I wonder, I mean, this is obviously going to be knocking out that Gardevoir here, but I'm just trying to figure out the play exact. I mean, I guess Zapdos will have enough energy by the time that Zapdos gets promoted, where it looks like we're going to be coming down to a coin flip and hoping to hit 3 hits. I mean, that's a 31, 33% chance. Not absolutely insane, but
yeah,
definitely a pain. Oh, but Sabrina's going to come down, and that's going to be game. So
the Sabrina does it.
That's going to be game 2 for Desai, and they're going to be getting into that top 8. Let me quickly get set up here for another game. Our Celebi versus Arcanine is able to be played now, so I'm just going to pop that back up. Let's see here.
From the prior stream?
Yeah, from the prior stream.
Beautiful. We're going to go join Rabe over on his stream. And they are already up and running. And there's already a Celebi front and center with 6 coin flips built onto it, going up against a Moltres EX in the active position, who's got 90 left on him at the moment as well. Lots is happening here. You've got a Superior built up. You're starting to think about the other Celebi on the back line. This is the all-in Celebi deck that has 1 Execute and 1 Exeggutor EX. And what appears to be, as you can see from the fire side, a little bit more of a traditional approach, if you will, to Charizard, as we've seen from maybe about a month ago. It's running Moltres EX, it's running Arcanine and Growlithe, Charizard EX, but it's a 12 Pokemon deck, which is not as common in competitive Pokemon Pocket.
Yeah, so we are already up game 1 for Aster Phoenix with that Charizard deck over there. We'll have to see if we can get a win, though, for Ray Ballas with this, 6 energies we said on that Celebi. 2 energies here. But let's say other Celebi already set up on the bench. Unlucky, though, into that Charmander. Or, I guess, just average luck.
I like that they had the reservation to bring back the loaded up Celebi EX, put forward the weaker Celebi EX, put down just a little bit, try to get down that Charmander, because it has the biggest potential while it's in its weakest current state. So trying to play it on down, trying to get through it on that moment on a 50-50, I'm about that play. About a 25% chance to do it, because it's 2 flips. Yeah, you know what? I'm about that play. I like those odds. I like the way that they were trying to navigate it. And look at the end game goal here, because there was already 2 energy built onto the Growlithe, who it looks like is probably going to be pushed forward in this moment as well.
Yeah, unlucky that they found that Arcanine and the X speed. Even with 1 heads, a Charmeleon. Oh, we're going to put up Moltres, but even a Charmeleon would still only be at 50 health. The hope is going to be not to see a Charizard here. I'm a little surprised to see us go into this Moltres when Arcanine could go on and KO that Celebi, but it is the much safer play since the other Celebi is not assured to KO that Arcanine. Okay, right. So, 2 heads? I'm assuming that's going to be, both on the Arcanine. Interesting. I would have thought at least 1 would have gone on to our Charmander.
To me, that screams that they're not sitting on Leaf or X-Speed in their hand, and they need the retreat condition. That's the way I guess I look at them deciding to put both energies on the Arcanine, because it is an overkill, if you will, as they play their own Sabrina, and they're going to have to rotate on in I'm assuming the Charmander. No. Oh, they put the other Moltres forward, which is at 90 currently.
So we have about average to knock out.
More than. Because
Yeah.
they need 2 flips at least. And there they are, right in the very beginning. 2 flips, 2, 3, or 4 would have done it. Takes down for 2 points the first Moltres EX. And now it looks like Arcanine's going to come on in and then solo afterwards.
Hey. Yep, that's going to... I'm assuming the Arcanine's going to come in solo, just like you're saying. Pretty good chance, though, with 8 coin flips coming up from that Celebi on the bench.
Yeah. The odds are what we'll lightly call in their favor as we watch the Inferno Assault take down the first Celebi on the front line, and then let's see here. So, like you said, it's going to be 8 coin flips to take down 130. They need 3 flips out of the 8 to land. Pretty heavily favored in those odds. It's about a 2 to 3 odd to get it.
Let's see. Ooh.
Here we go. 1.
Ooh. 2.
2.
Oh, 3.
3. They barely squeeze it out. Only needing 3, getting just enough and taking 2 points in the process. That's going to be enough to take down the Arcanine EX and take a point in the process. Ooh.
I was scared.
Yeah, seeing those 4 tails in a row, I'm like, oh no, it actually happened? Like,
yeah, that would be the moment like, oh no, did we jinx it? Did we jinx it? But we did end up getting that 3rd heads, which means they're going to be going into game 3 here, fighting it out for their top 8 slot. It'll either be, I think it's the last Zarkanine. Not sure it's the last Celebi. Let me double check on that. Let's see. No, there's a couple other Celebis as well, okay. But yeah, this is going to be the last Zarkanine fighting for their spot in that top 8.
And I'm curious to see if they're going to be going up in the top 8 if they end up going up against a Gardevoir, Mewtwo, or it could be a Gyarados Greninja, which we have not seen yet in our top 32 showcases so far today. So it'll be fun to see on the next one where those matchups end up in line, because looking at the possible combinations of the future, I don't believe there are no mirror matchups anywhere. And if I'm looking long term, I think there's only one potential mirror matchup over the course of the next 3 rounds that could happen. That's how many different decks are making it so far in the top 16 and potentially the top 8.
Super interesting to see how it is working out. Such a diverse top 32 this week. I mean, we have a number of Mewtwo's, but it is so cool to see for sure. Let's see here. We are starting a Snivy for Rabalis this time. Celebi quickly found, and Astro Phoenix, I think, has their perfect setup. They have both of their basics for their attackers. They have 2 Moltresses that can be used for protect against Sabrinas. I think they have a pretty good setup. Our winner last week, Nina Leo, did say they thought if a fire Pokemon or a Golem, which could just be an fighting deck if we want to think about it, would be the winner if they made it to top 32. So I wonder if that prediction will hold true. Okay, already a Charmeleon. And an Arcanine, my gosh.
It looks like they got the God pull to open up and start loading up. But very different plays can be had, though. Very different plays can be had depending on what these coin flips do here. Let's see. We see 1 tails, 1 heads, another tail. So only 1 energy getting added. They're playing into the Arcanine line first. I'm assuming that means they may not have Charizard yet in hand. Otherwise, I think they'd probably be building into that line almost immediately, as they do draw the Servine and another Snivy. So they have some pawns to work with. They have some sacrificial pieces if they need to work with them. Using the X speed right here, they can get their first hit down. And that's what they're just debating. Should they wait a little longer? Should they see if they can get either an Execute or a Superior, or do they start chipping away at the Moltres? And instead, they opt to not do that revolution and get the Servine up and running.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Servine is not at risk right now of being KO'd, so they don't need to retreat back this turn, but oh my gosh, Charizard has appeared, but he doesn't have any energies on him. Very interesting to see. So, yeah, I too would have thought that if Zard had been in their hand, that they would have added some energies to that Charizard, but maybe they don't want to risk that big attacker just... Oh!
Ooh! Ow! Wing and a miss right there. And we watch the Servine evolve into the Superior. I don't know why they just did that now, though. Actually, no. Never mind. I do see it, because now they can only use the single energy, put it on the Servine, instead of needing to use the what do you call it? The X speed, and pull it back. They can put that energy down onto the Superior, draw it back, and start hitting. You don't need to do it, no.
Oh, 2 other Snivy. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Arcanine is ready to KO any Celebi that appears. They're going to be looking for a second attacker, because I think the moment Celebi gets promoted, that next turn, it's more than likely KO'd and into the discard pile.
Yeah. I would have expected go ahead and just start taking those hits, but retrospectively, you bring up a great point. They need that second attacker, and that's one of the reasons we see so many of these Celebi decks being reinforced with more Exeggutors than anything else. But this is as all in on it as you can see, and they this time, instead of going 0 for 3, they get 2 on that hit. Servine comes to serve a purpose and now tank a little bit more damage. It cannot be no, it still could be taken down because of the weakness if Moltres decides to put some energy on itself. Do we see as an energy saver maybe the Sabrina? But no, they opt not to.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they have our energy pretty well spread out on Astrophane's side. Either the attackers can start KOing, which is a hand attach. It looks like we're gonna go on a retreat back to that Arcanine. Oh.
Yeah, start getting the hits out there, get the points on there. Yeah, they'll have 4 energy going onto the Celebi for next turn. That's going to give them 8 opportunities to take down the 130. We're back to the exact same scenario. They need 3 hits to go their way. They can take down the Arcanine, but the problem is that Charizard.
Yeah, I think even if we do hit those 3 heads, Charizard just KOs Celebi. Aster is up a point, and that would finish the game here. Boy. We definitely wanted our Exeggutor.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for Rabe right now. They're taking the X speed and retreating into the Superior. I'm going to let you go ahead and figure this one out too.
Yeah, I think we just, I don't know. I think we're just hoping for an answer to appear, but I'm not really sure we're going to. Once Superior is knocked out, Celebi's going to have to hit every single heads to KO this Charizard. To be fair, Charizard, if it does swing to KO this Superior, which it looks like it's going to do, it is going to actually lose 2 energies, putting it 2 turns away from being able to KO that Celebi. But a very quick retreat to that Arcanine would still solve that problem. It does look like we are putting up our Execute, which does mean we could be attacking with that 160 health Exeggutor EX. Arcanine can't KO it, but 260s from that Charizard will be all it needs with that type advantage that Charizard has over Exeggutor. Yeah.
Yeah, there's your, and they hit for the 80. They're sitting on a potion, which does help. So the potion would be able to buy a little bit more time, but I don't know if it's going to be buying enough time. think this pretty much does it here. I'm trying to think, if they're sitting on another Sabrina maybe, and Leaf drops down for the retreat to bring forward the Arcanine EX instead of try to play it on down with getting 60 at a time. They haven't lost a point yet, so taking some damage onto the Arcanine just to reserve a little bit more, this seems like a pretty solid play. I really don't know if anything can be done here by Rabe. Yeah, it's been a good match to watch though.
Yeah, it's been a great match to watch, but I'm not sure Rabe has a win con here, minus us missing a turn. But I mean, we're not going to KO here. Arcanine return KOs.
Still left you can tell he gave it in. Yeah, he gave it in right there. He's not going to concede. He's going to let them take their big hit for the win. You can tell because mainly they just didn't even attach their final energy. So it's just hey, look, you've got it. Have fun with it. Go roar, go boom. Both players understand what's going on. He was going to let you take the Arcanine, but instead, no, I'm not going to let you do it with Charizard. So that's it. That's your match right there.
That is that top 16 match then. I think we only have one match left to complete in our top 16 and quickly see if how far they're into their game. This is Zebstrika against Mewtwo as well. Looks like they're only into game 2. We can see if we can hop into that. Is Choco Boost versus Pokemon Trainer Joey. I think that is where. Let's see.
I don't believe we have that game in any of the Ursiiday rooms right now, but if that's the only one that we are waiting on right now to see the final results on, we could take a look at the top 8 matchups and see what we're looking forward to in these 4 matches.
Yeah, we can check out what is at our top 4 then, or top 8. Let's see.
Yeah, there's one particular thing I'd like to showcase right off the bat with it too. As soon as you have it, pulled.
I have it up.
There we go.
Let's see.
All right, take a look at the very top right there.
Up with the.
Yeah, Mercure versus Helen Meter. The Primeape Aerodactyl EX undefeated deck is no longer undefeated. It has been knocked out by Celebi Mew Exeggutor.
Who would have guessed? I mean, it's an interesting one with. Oh yeah, that's a sad one for sure. I think. Yeah. That's our last Aerodactyl as well. Looks like all of our Aerodactyls did get knocked out in our top 16. God.
Yeah. Yeah, Uni took down Tim DeGoat, so that Aerodactyl got knocked out, and Tracob took down Nikos, as we saw. That got knocked out, and now we're starting to see, if you're looking at the decks that are remaining currently, we're now starting to see a lot of familiar faces. We do see the Mewtwo EX Gardevoir. We do see a Pikachu EX Zebstrika. But then there are 2 Gyarados this week. And that I would like to showcase a little bit because one of them's very, very, at least to me, seems very, very familiar because they're both 12 Pokemon decks. And then they're just messing around with their trainers a little bit differently. But I'd like you to, if you're doing a 12 Pokemon deck that has an evolutionary line, is this the equation to do so? It has 1 basic, 1 stage 1 evolution, 1 stage 2 evolution. That's the only way to build a 12er?
Before Gyarados came out, also wasn't really sure if you run that many evolution mons. I mean, Pikachu obviously runs a lot of different Pokemon as well. Sometimes upwards of like 8 different basics. But obviously Pikachu needs that. Definitely though, sometimes you see that Magikarp just completely misses. I think Greninja is so interesting in this deck with Druddigon because it almost allows for 2 different win cons. Gyarados attacks for 140, which you need to hit the Gyarados. Obviously, he's your big attacker. I mean, sometimes you can win with Greninja, but you want to be attacking with your Gyarados. But a lot of Pokemon are right above that threshold of 140. So having them attack into Druddigon puts them in range of getting KO'd. Meanwhile, you decide not to attack into Druddigon. Hopefully, I'm built up my Greninja because now I can still hit one hit KO you with that different win con as well. But for sure, you don't always see Greninja appear, and you don't always see that Gyarados either, so it can be a risk for sure. It can definitely be a risk. It looks like...
What I do... Go ahead.
I was gonna say, it looks like they're just starting their game 3, and they are streaming now in channel 11. Yep, we got pulled in. If we want to watch the final game of our top 16.
Beautiful.
We pop that up then.
Yeah, no worries. It is a whole EX lineup to start it all off, to give you all a radio description in the background. Right now, it is just a Zapdos EX in the active position at the moment on the one side, and on the other side, it is a Mewtwo EX in the active position with a Mew EX on the bench. And now our Lightning side is there. There we go. As we get it loaded up onto the screen, we just see they just dropped their first Blitzel after watching the deck pull a mythical slab from Pokemon trainer Joey. He's debating about where to go from there. They're going to take down, you know, a small little 20 attack Peck. Chip away a little bit on the Mewtwo. There we go. They're getting it sized. I see you working, girl. You do it. You do your thing. I'll cast. I got you.
Thank you.
And the mythical slab is drawn. Does it go to the bottom? It goes to the bottom. So it was a item or a supporter or trainer or something of that nature at this point. They're further condensing those draws. This Mewtwo deck specifically that they're showcasing in this battle from Pokemon trainer Joey, excuse me, it is more of a classic style of something how I would run personally the deck. Your straight up Gardevoir line, 2 Mewtwo EX, 1 Mew EX just for flavor, 2 mythical slabs. The rest of the equation is basically up to you when it comes to your trainers of how you wish to do it. It's a 9 Pokemon build. This is how I would run it. I like, this is the style of Mewtwo deck I personally enjoy. And the downside is we're watching them struggle because they have 2 EXs to work with on the board, but not a single Ralts.
Yeah, I mean, we try to keep the odds as high as possible to hit those Raltses, those Mewtwo EXs, by only having 1 Mew EX, but having it there, it does mean that there's a chance it can be a card you start with, is a chance that you're going to hit it on Pokeballs or that Mythical Slab, that you might otherwise hit some of those other Mons or get closer to the Mon that you want to find. And sadly, in this case, we are seeing that Mew EX on the bench, and we're going to keep pecking away with that Zapdos here. We're still...
See what you did there?
Yeah, right out of range, sadly, of that only 2 coin flip attack by Zapdos being able to KO Mewtwo EX. But potential, if we are running Giovanni, which we're running 1 in Chakabusa's list, you know, that could be just 2 heads that you need. And as you did mention with the Celebi, it is much greater than just half odds when you want to hit 2 heads, because 3 heads also KOs, 4 heads KOs. All of those options are ways that you'd be able to knock out that Mewtwo EX. With a Giovanni.
I find it interesting that Joey is deciding to just, at this current point, what it looks like is only use the Mewtwo EX as a tank. It's just let it do its thing so the Mew can take on the same exact effect and then try to KO that line as it is. They really need a Kirlia, though, because if that Blitzel moves forward and evolves and they start hitting on that Kirlia... that Ralts is going to go down in 2 hits. So they kind of need some big plays here. But I couldn't even see it in their hand originally. We just saw it pop up on the screen. They have the Den, and they're debating about using it as an alternate condition.
Yeah, I guess the Dene does fall upright, even if we get the two heads. We don't have Giovanni. 10 health left, Mewtwo EX. Could be KO'd by the Dene. That being said, this energy that being put onto Mew EX, like you mentioned, is kind of risky against Pikachu EX. I mean, you can copy Zebstrika, you can copy Zapdos.
That's
but,
one.
Ooh. Two.
Oh, only two. It doesn't take it down. Oh.
That is a travesty.
Could be the turn they needed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be a problem.
But Pikachu EX, Mew EX cannot copy. So if you put a Pikachu in front of that Mew EX, it can't do anything. But we're going to hide the Mewtwo EX instead on the bench. Looks like we're going to go on and promote that Mew EX, like you mentioned, and take that, what is it, Thunderous Bellow? Something like that.
How about just really strong lightning thing? We could just call it that too. As it's gonna go for the coin flips. There you go. We got 4 flips. They need 3 to solo the Zapdos EX. Is RNG on their side, at least, to get that 3 flip. There's 1. There's 2. No, and they don't get it.
Ouch.
Nobody can get to 3.
No one can make it. No one can get past just the 2 heads. But I wonder if we'll see a retreat here. It is only 1 energy to retreat on this Zapdos. Much different to its brethren, the other 2 legendary birds who both take 2 energy to retreat. And this Zebstrika could KO that Mewtwo EX before it's able to find any potions. I'm not sure how many Joey is running. No potions in his list. So they could take their time on that retreat. Take as much time as they need to do that.
Looks like they're debating about doing the leaf retreat because they're not sitting on a X speed. They could just try to go for the Mew, take down the Mew. I'm
not sure what the blue does here. Oh, it's for the no, Zebstrika still is like right out of range of the blue affecting it. I'm trying to think what that's for.
They are okay, so they're gonna hit the Mew. 2. Take down the Mewtwo. I guess they probably just like changed course. What I was thinking they were looking at was bringing down the Mew to 90 so that way Zapdos could kill it. But I'm like, wait a minute, it would have done it at 100 also. So I'm not 100% sure, but maybe it was just using it to use it. I'm not sure. 100%.
Yeah. Oh, it's because of the Zebstrika attack. My brain didn't even think about the Zebstrika attack. Zapdos will only get 20. Yeah, exactly. Zapdos only gets 20. I was thinking like the coin flip still in my head, but that's not how. Blue. Yeah, I was thinking you would still have to use the Zapdos coin flip attack. That's a funny one.
Look, just because we're casting doesn't mean we're perfect, okay? So we're doing our best, but we appreciate y'all, and thank you so much. And this is why we love the chat, because it makes it a great experience when we come to realize that, hey, we missed something. You got it? Cool. Let's talk about it as a community as we watched a great play, and that Zapdos survived just long enough to now be brought back to life, Evanescence style, so it can peck 20 damage off of it's all folks. It can try to take down the Kirlia on the front line.
Yeah, Zapdos is not going to survive past this turn, but this does give them the chance to attack again with that Zapdos. If they KO Kirlia, this is game for Chocoboost. Oh, and they do 2 heads. 2 heads does work in this occasion. So
that's all they needed.
All they needed, and that is their game 3. Their game 3. That is going to be that last of the top 16, and then we can start looking at what our top 8 is going to be.
Yeah, we can showcase our top 8 now. We have the lineups, and oh man, some of it looks very familiar. Some of it looks like it's going to be a spicy struggle. 2 matchups are what we'll call expected. I think that's the better way to word it, right? You at the very top, that's some of the spice. We do see the Exeggutor Mew single Celebi deck from Merkur be able to move forward, but it's going up against a very strong, obviously, Mewtwo Gardevoir deck that is running Jinx, which is a favorite of many recently in the community. We just saw Choco move forward as well, trying to figure out how it's going to be able to take down one of the two remaining Gyarados and Greninja decks that are in the match, because that one's going up against Lightning. Meanwhile, it's strength and weakness on these two matchups, because then you've got another Gyarados Greninja going up against Charizard Arcanine, but both of those are much slower styles of build. And then what we'll call the to be expected matchup at some point, you have a Pikachu versus a Mewtwo.
Yeah, that is an age-old tell at this point with Pokemon Pocket. I think Chocoboos has the matchup he definitely wanted. Zebstrika is the Magikarp's nightmare, to be said. So we'll have to see how that shapes up. Do you have an idea of which game you would like to watch this round?
Ooh, let's pull up one of the Gyarados games. I want to hear from the chat. Let's hear from the chat. Who do you want to see go up against Gyarados? Do you want to see Charizard, or do you want to see Pikachu? Who do you want to see in the chat? I think either of those would be great matches, because we haven't seen a Gyarados deck quite yet. And either way, we're looking at a weakness matchup. So I think that brings an interesting perspective to both of those Gyarados things. I want to see what people want to showcase in the chat, and we'll kind of get a feel from there. But if there is time afterwards, and Merkur Mamak at the very top is still playing with that Celebi Exeggutor Mew deck, I say we kind of like swing on in there, as we got a raid.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Dan, for that raid. Really do appreciate that. It looks like, I mean, there are some Pikachus being voted for, but I think I'm mainly seeing Charizard.
I would agree with you. I think we're seeing a lot more Charizard, so let's choose it and say we're calling it Amber 2K6 versus Aster Phoenix. Hey, that rhymed.
Perfect. So they're going to be in room number 12. So we just got to hop down there real quick. And then we can get that game going.
Yeah, they're matching up right now in the background. They're sharing codes, getting themselves lined up. So we'll be able to showcase this. We're going to be watching this match from Amber's point of view. So this is watching from the Gyarados and Greninja line versus Aster, who we watched earlier from as the opponent again. So they're, for the second time, they're going to be watched from the opponent side, and Amber will be closest to the bottom of your screen.
I think this matchup is a really interesting one. Obviously, Charizard does take extra damage from any water Pokemon, but he is one of the few Pokemon that can one-hit KO a Gyarados. 200 damage, the Gyarados doesn't stand a chance against. So will be interesting. Looks like
we're gonna have Sorry, I just see that Amber's having a little bit of a technical difficulty right now with their stream. They may have to reshare it back to us so we can showcase it, as it is currently in frozen Discord production. But let me see here. Let's see if we can... Yeah, we'll see if we can get a message to them.
Yep, they are going to reshare their screen here. They're
Beautiful.
The best for sure. It really annoys me that hearts don't work in Limitless chats. They won't send the less than sign. I just want to send people hearts when they are streaming for us. Like,
can you send them greater than?
Yes, I can.
It's
I can do E.
There you go.
Greater than.
There you go.
My mod sent hearts for me. But yeah, so we're gonna be getting into that game here, guys. We're gonna be watching Charizard. We're gonna be watching the Charizard matchup. So let's see.
Beautiful. They are now up and running. They are sharing. Looks like we got it all good to go now. So we're once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody watching, we are in the top 8 officially here for Ursiiday's Pocket Weekly. We'll be showcasing first and foremost a water fire matchup if we get everything going the way that we would like. And then we've also got showcased potentially, we've got some Pikachu decks, we've got another Gyarados deck, we've got some Mew, we've got some Exeggutor, we got some Mewtwo, we got a little bit of everything here in the top 8. It's a nice diverse meta. And let's see what survives as the matchup is officially live. Coin flip says it's going to be going first on the side of Amber 2K6.
I think this is such an interesting matchup. I kind of mentioned it earlier where Charizard is one of the only mons that can one-hit KO here. But that being said, with a single snipe by Greninja, so can that Gyarados right back at Charizard. So to me, when I think of this matchup, it often reminds me of that Charizard mirror match where you want that Charizard to be the last mon onto the active spot to finish out that game. But Charizard does only have 2 pointers once they're evolved up. And Amber can trade out those Greninjas, the Druddigons. They have a little bit more leeway with more 1-pointers on their bench. Okay.
Trying to load it up. There we go. Now we've actually got some bench to work with here. We have a Growlithe finally making an appearance. So if they're loading up their Arcanine early, that's going to feel like a pretty good start. Dredigan on the bench, I'd assume they're probably going to want to throw that front and center to kind of, have something to have a little bit of flexibility. The second Moltres now drops on down. And let's start locking and loaded. Here comes the first Moltres EX. You got 3 coin flips to get it started. And I'm going to guess 1.
1? I'll go for 2. This new Magikarp is so nice with the Gyarados, though. With that... Oh, I won, by the way. I won. With that new Magikarp, we are just going to probably see it attack and be able to move back as its effect. So nice to be able to hide that little baby mon behind its tank. Meanwhile, Astro Phoenix is not going to be happy about setting up a Arcanine. It gets 1-hit KO'd, and Gyarados happily survives a hit from it.
Looking at the future ahead without revealing anything, we got some exciting plays coming on up. It's going to be fun to watch, but it's also a little bit of a stalemate because you've got Moltres who's not hitting and Dredigan who's not hitting. So everyone's just going to be like, look, I'm going to take my time. I'm going to do my thing. You build yours. You build yours. You do this. I'll do that. And we'll all have a good time afterwards. All right. Then when everything's locked and loaded, let's all just like rush to the chaos. And I wonder if that means this whole matchup is only going to be decided by the 2 M's, Moltres and Misty.
We'll have to see here. It does look like Arcanine is going to be go ahead and be promoted. Astro Phoenix says, I am not going to slow down this game. I can't. Or that Gyarados is going to come online. Yeah. Amber 2K is going to go on and be able to hide behind this Frogadier now, but they can't KO without a Giovanni, and they have 0 energy. Oh, Misty's going to go onto that Magikarp. How many will it be? I'm going to guess 0 just because Misty hates me, but oh.
1.
1's a turn early.
1 is huge. No, yeah. 1 is huge though, because that'll set them up as we see the Gyarados drop on down. They'll be able to have it online for the next turn. Greninja takes a little bit more of an accelerated hit here. Now, careful with the Water Shuriken. It's not as easy of an answer as you think. I would not see. I think they rushed that. I think the better play was actually to go ahead and hit one of the Moltres, because by having one of the Moltres weakened down to 120, it can be soloed. Oh, sorry, no, Moltres is 140, not 150, correct?
It is 140, but it is not weak to water. It's weak to electric, and as in if you are dealing with the Greninja.
True. Yeah. I realized that afterwards as I was saying, I'm like, no, I'm thinking wrong EXs, wrong stats. So I caught my math that time.
Yeah, Charizard's the one that they really want to be able to poke at because of that type advantage. With a single Greninja snipe, Charizard can be one-hit KO'd by that Gyarados, who sadly hasn't even shown up for Aster. So this is gonna be a point 2, but I think this is where Amber just wipes the board.
Yeah, I can't think of a line moving forward that takes down this Gyarados EX, especially in weakness.
Let's see.
With a Druddigan in the bench, just to give a little extra just in case protection.
Yeah, that's going to be a knockout onto that Arcanine. 2 points for Amber. I mean, I don't know about this Druddigon on the bench, because now Sabrina... Oh, no Sabrina, though. Okay, because with that Druddigon on the bench, wouldn't you just have you one Sabrina away from winning? Like, I'm not sure about the Druddigon there, because Gyarados definitely just soloed, wiped the board. Druddigon just opens a win con for Aster, which obviously they didn't have with the concession.
Very true, very true. They opened themselves up to a potential uh-oh scenario, but they did not have it, unless if I'm missing something with their deck. I'm pretty sure they would have had some potential Sabrina left, because they are sorry, Aster's not running Sabrina at all. They're the ones running the 2-leaf.
Then it doesn't even matter. Okay, I didn't check the list because I just assumed.
Yeah, that was what I forgot I even mentioned it earlier, that they're running 2 Leafs in their deck. They're running no Sabrinas. So that's why Druddigan went down. There's no fear.
Yeah,
There's no fear of a Sabrina whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, Sabrina, Red Crown Sabrina are 2 cards that obviously play such a role just to have in your deck. You would never see Druddigon go down. Similarly, there's so many plays that having a red card in an open deck list also stops. Both of them can, even just the risk of them, change exactly how you're going to play. We're going to get up this game 2 here. Okay, so we are going to be having that Magikarp in the active spot again. This time, Charmander does appear, though, which is a much better start for Aster Phoenix. Not really, though, because where's the birdie? What's his name? Moltres. Where's our Moltres? Not where we want to be.
There's no Moltres, but they could be sitting on some chaos. They're going to go ahead and Misty the Magikarp now. See if they can get maybe a little bit of luck, get some extra energy on there, because no matter what, it's going to be able to bounce back. They got one down right away. Put the second one on it. Use its attack. Yeah, use its attack. Leap out, and then put ahead the Druddigan just as a little bit of extra precaution. Being that Growlithe is in that front position, I think Growlithe and Druddigan's now in the active spot. I think that this is just a slow play into Charizard and build the Charizard to feel like you have a chance, as now they drop a Moltres onto the bench and potentially set it up. Yep, there's the X speed. Go ahead and bring back that Growlithe onto the bench, bring forward the Moltres, and start firing away. 1, 2, or 3. How many do you think?
I'm going 0. I don't have trust in Moltres this round.
I'm going 3. I'm going 3. Just because. So no matter what, we're both most likely to be wrong.
I like it. I think it's going to be 0, just because whenever you hit the Charmeleon and your Charmander, you didn't give the turn before, Moltres is who lets you down. Moltres is who lets you down after Charizard lets you down. I have some hard feelings towards my Charizard decks. Well, you're wrong.
No.
Oh, I'm wrong.
We're both wrong. We're both wrong, but at least it's 1. At least it's something, you know. Go ahead and sprinkle a little something somewhere.
Yeah, there's gonna be a second energy onto that Charmeleon. I mean, hopefully they'll find their Charizard, but they are gonna need to get some attacks out that force the Gyarados into that active spot, because otherwise they can just tank with that Druddigon. I mean, and the Greninja forcing the Charizard out, and then Charizard gets KO'd. Yep, Charizard is officially without a potion, going to be in range of a Gyarados attack now.
Oh boy. If they hit it, there's 1.
2. Oh.
2, and with the Druddigan there already, this is not looking like a good combination of events if you are Aster Phoenix.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, Astro Phoenix is trying to figure out exactly what to do here. Let's see. For a second there, you were so still. I was like, wait, did guest freeze? But nah, it was just being very still. Let's see here.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any potential line. No, remember, they only run Leafs, Professor's Research, X Speeds, and Pokeballs. So it's not like there's a cheeky +10, -10 extra move, carry the 4, add the 7 type build to work with here. It's just let the chaos reign with the Pokemon themselves. As they go 0 for 3 with Moltres. It doesn't get any worse than that for Astro Phoenix on that moment.
Yeah. Oh. We are gonna have a Leaf here. I mean, that means we can go on and start swinging with Gyarados, but I don't think you want to. Oh, we're going to do it though. I think Amber 2K just technically made a way to lose. Oh, it took the energy off of the Charmeleon though. Now he's safe. It took the energy off the Charmeleon.
It had a 1 in 3 shot to hit the Charmeleon with that moment, and that was devastating to watch.
Oh,
and
no.
Now the Charizard drops.
He
Can
had
only
it.
hit for 60.
And Gyarados can return KO. Oh my god, I can't even. That Gyarados was so lucky, and that's gonna be game 2 for Amber. 2-0 win. Absolutely insane. I can't. That's so sad.
That could have been a scary moment. It actually would have been 2 out of 3, not 1 out of 3, because if it hit its own Gyarados, it was fine, but still, the odds played into their favor to go for it and said, screw it, let's see what happens. But man, I mean, watching Gyarados versus Fire is interesting. I wonder how the Gyarados versus Lightning, which is going on in Unicomno versus Choco, is faring at the current moment. As I've refreshed, I don't see an update yet on that match, but we do know who Amber 2K6's opponent will be, and it will be exactly that. It will be Trucob, who will be moving forward with a Pikachu Zebstrika deck. So which direction are we going to head next? Are we heading towards Choco? Are we heading towards Merkur? Or are we heading toward... yeah, those are the only two right now. Ursi.
Yeah, I'm thinking we watch the other Gyarados list. I'm trying to get it up right now.
Okay.
Went on and... Oh, here's... For some reason, I could not find the window for a second there. Oh, this is interesting...
Do you always have like 17,000 tabs also open too, like me? Because I'm definitely that guy.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
I
can't not have 1,000 open. At the end of every tournament as well, I like look over at my task manager and my computer is like on its last leg, like 5% left of what is it, like CPU space? Yeah, RAM left, and I just it's so... I'm just like, I'm so sorry, computer. I'm glad I just got you a whole nother, like 2 sticks of RAM to be put in. And we're gonna have Choco here. I sent you the link as well, by the way, to that, but I'm bringing that up.
I'm already on in. I'll go ahead and radio broadcast it until you say otherwise.
Perfect.
Right now, we've got a Pikachu EX in the active position with a Blitzel on the bench that's on the side of Choco. But meanwhile, on the opposite side, Unicomno has a Frogadier in the active position and a fully evolved Gyarados EX currently being built. We see Ursi going ahead and adjusting it, getting it cropped, maybe even squished just a tad to get us up and running. But Dredigan's hanging out on the bench. It hasn't really done much, obviously, but we are going to watch Zebstrika start to chip away at the back bench Gyarados, which has been slowly gaining its energy nice and calmly on the bench.
Yeah, we do have that fully up now. Sadly is a little bit like squished, but I'm excited to watch another Gyarados game. Yeah, we're just gonna be slowly powering up that Gyarados. It would be nice to have our Greninja able to start swinging into the Substrika, stopping it from poking out our Gyarados, but it does not seem that is for today.
Right, we get a Pokeball on the draw. And if they're gonna, because they are sitting on the Den, they are sitting on Zapdos. No points are down. If they use the Pokeball, I think at this point, if I remember from the deck, the only thing it'll do is it'll just draw the next Pikachu EX, correct?
Let's see.
Yep, there it is. There's the other Pikachu EX. And while they sit on deciding, do they Sabrina right now? Do they Leaf? I think it's Leaf that's over in the furthest. There's a couple of different options of what they could work with here, but they're debating about that Sabrina. You see it right there on the screen.
It looks to be a
blue. And they are going to put it forward.
On that corner.
Yeah.
But yep, Sabrina's going to either bring up Druddigon or Gyarados. I'm assuming they're hoping for the Druddigon. Druddigon does get moved up here, which means they're going to be safe from that 60 damage of that Greninja next turn. So, let's see.
Interesting. Drop it down. Gonna smack another 30, probably on the back line.
Yep. Oh, onto the Greninja this time, interestingly enough. I kind of would have thought...
like that.
Really? I would have thought it would have been onto the Gyarados, hit it closer to that 90 damage, or pull it... You know, because all you need... You get 110, right? With that electric weakness. 2 snipes?
I think that it was they take, by moving forward the 20 onto Greninja, it weakens the ability of using it as a positive pawn long term, because they now are within 1 Pikachu hit to take down that Greninja safely.
That is true, yeah.
No. So, because their position, now that they've put the Greninja in the active position, they're positioning themselves to just go Greninja, Druddigon, Gyarados. Because they can do a 60 attack, they can take down the Zebstrika, so that's going to put 1 point onto the board for Unicomno. From there, they are sitting in a position where they can move their 1 energy attached Pikachu EX into the active position and go ahead and lay down enough damage that Greninja, as long as the bench is full, is going to be able to disappear. So it's going to be a 1-1 situation with 120 on there. I don't think, though, I'm trying to remember if they run, let me see if this deck runs a Giovanni or not.
I'll check too.
They have 1. They have 1 Giovanni in this deck, and they really could use it right now.
Yeah, so definitely the moment that they want it. No questions asked. But that Gyarados is going to be ready right afterwards. Maybe we don't want to KO it with Giovanni next turn to save up time for that Zapdos.
Yeah, buy just a little bit of time. Use the Sabrina later, maybe? I'm not sure. Because they put down a Froakie. Kind of similarly to the we were thinking about earlier. Is that Froakie being dropped a mistake too?
I wonder. I mean, it feels like it's got to be. I mean, Unicomo is in range of being able to KO anything that's on the board. What is Froakie going to do there? You knock out Druddigon. If that Gyarados appears into the active spot, you just Sabrina around it, potentially. But
wait. I think I know why. I think they're also running one Sabrina potentially. Let me see here. If they are running 1 Sabrina, I did just see 1 in the discard pile. That play from earlier, as you see right there. There it is on the screen. We'll just pull it back up.
They are running.
Sabrinas, they are running 2. They are running 2. So that may have been a misplay with the Froakie potentially.
Let's see. mean, all we need is a Leaf to be able to retreat here, and it is game for Unicomo.
Yeah. They have one card in their hand, and yeah, if it's Leaf, it's over.
Let's see.
Six cards left in the deck, and no Leaf. And they draw the Sabrina too. So now they have the luxury of retreating that Pikachu and putting forward the Deden.
Let's see. But yeah, I feel like we're trying to figure out what to do here. I think have to put the Dene out, just like you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, they bring forward the Deden. There we go. There's the retreat. Bring forward the Deden. Put the energy on it. Hit it for 10. It takes on a little bit of the damage, which means they have to bring forward the Gyarados first.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're playing into Zapdos the turn after.
Yeah, I think then we just put up Zapdos and swing.
Yeah, you got to hit 3 out of 4. It's the only way they can take it out, because everything else gets one shot.
Yeah,
unless if yeah, no, that's it.
And Unico doesn't have a Sabrina. So they're not going to be able to bring up one of these 2-pointers from the bench. Zapdos could be a bit of a problem for Unicomo now.
True. And they are sitting on a win condition, basically. Yeah. So I mean, both players see their win conditions ahead, but one obviously sees it much faster than the other. So Gyarados takes the hit.
Gyarados took the energy off of Pikachu, meaning Zapdos will be able to swing this turn.
Well, I mean, Pikachu can just move forward as is. They put the singular energy on after the KO. They draw a Blitzel just because reasons.
Oh, we're gonna go for the Frogadier, but we hit that Sabrina. Everything we needed. Okay.
Yeah, they do the Sabrina, and it's they put down the bench piece, and that's it.
Let's see.
Oh.
Okay. That's gonna be
shimmy off. Take a look at that. It's done.
And that's gonna be game 2 for Choco, I'm pretty sure here. And that'll be their end of their top 8 game.
Froakie going down was the downfall. That was the uh-oh right there. We talked about it being dropped and understanding your Sabrina equity, and they banked against it. They banked saying, no, you don't have it. The odds say you don't have it. I'm going to play like you don't. But unfortunately, we saw, I think it was the second to last turn, they drew it. So unfortunately, they are done.
Yeah, I mean, kind of goes to show that Choco was able to set up 2 different win cons. Even though that energy did get popped off of that Zapdos, a Sabrina did still bring us a win. That being said, we have one more game we can watch up in channel 3 if we want to hop up there.
We are hopping.
Let's see.
We have hopped over to channel 3. They're getting, it might be over though.
That should be just their game 1, I think, according to... Yep, that's their game 1.
That's game 1?
Yep.
All right, so we'll let you all know. Game 1 went in favor of Merker, who is playing that Exeggutor-focused deck, which is mostly Exeggutors, Exeggutor EXs, 1 Celebi, and 1 Mew EX. The winner of this matchup, because they are playing against Mac, which is running a Mewtwo Gardevoir deck, they will be playing the winner of the earlier matchup we saw with Choco. So they're kicking up right now. Let me see. It looks like you're getting set up on your end. We're going to be opening up with a Celebi EX in the active position first. Oop, as I get caught on my own cords.
Yep, we're up now. Just... Perfect.
Beautiful. And then we see Ralts on the opposite end.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, Celebi is up game 1. And Ramak does end up getting that Mewtwo EX that they really want. They can keep the Ralts there for a little bit, but in a couple turns, that Ralts could then become a liability here if it keeps its spot inactive. Okay.
Let's see on this here.
Celebi is all alone right now. I don't see any way for us to get a second basic, which is gonna be a bit of a problem.
This is a slow climb right now, especially if we start seeing, yep, there it is. There's the Kirlia already in the evolution, and they can build up their Mewtwo on the back line. I mean, this is not looking very good right now. I think they desperately need to draw their Mew EX this next turn.
Yeah, they're gonna need something here because, well, I mean, it's not a great start here. We do have our Curly on the mock side. A Jinx is going to come down as well. I didn't realize we had a 1-point tank or attacker in one of these decks. No Mew EX from a mock. Very interesting.
Yeah. It's just a survival game now at this point, and Jinx needs to do some really good work here. The Sabrina that they're holding up to debate, I don't know if you want to Sabrina. I think you kind of need to take down the single point of that Jinx and go on that 25% chance to move ahead, because if they've got Curlia on the back line, I mean, we could be in a really dangerous position, but instead they're going to go ahead. They're going to switch it on out, bring the Mewtwo forward, let the Mewtwo take the hit, and it's all about the coin flips here.
Ooh.
0, 1, so 50 on the hit. All right, 50 on the hit. That's a great start. Great start, because they can't get to side drive this turn.
Yeah, very true. Max energy they can hit here is 3 energy, even if we have a Gardevoir. But 50 damage is not going to be enough to stop the Celebi. That being said, they're still going to have to hit, what is it, 66, maybe 70, I think 70% hit 2 out of 3, so, or 3 out of 3, so we'll see how it goes. Okay. Yep, it's me. 50 into Celebi, who still hasn't found a Snivy, hasn't found their Exeggutor. Merker is literally running a single Celebi. There was only a 25% chance of starting the Celebi EX, and they don't even have a second basic. Very sad to see here.
Oh, man. They're just living on a prayer right now. They got to get 2 out of 3 on this flip. No whammy, no whammy, no whammy, no whammy, no whammy, no whammy, no whammy. Flip!
Oh.
That's a 0.
1.
Oh, they're short.
Just short. One more heads would have been that KO, and we're going to have a concede, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yep, and we're going to go to game 3. They're currently 1-1 now. I believe this is the last Celebi. Am I wrong with that? Let me go check that. I believe last Celebi left in the standings.
Yes, that is correct. It is the last Celebi deck standing of any capacity here. Let's see if it makes it to the top 4 to bring some diversity to the meta. We'll find out, though, as we go to game 3 here. So let us know in the chat as well. What do you think? Who do you think is going to win this next match? Is it going to be the Mewtwo, or is it going to be the Mew Celebi? Let us know in the chat what you're thinking as well. We see who's going first. Let's get our first coin flip of the match. It is a tail. So going second with a Exeggutor. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Yep. Start there, and a Jinx. Jinx to start us off.
So it is going to have that Jinx start. I think Jinx is a pretty unique choice in the Mewtwo decks, but pretty nice into those Celebis, because Jinx's damage increases every single time there's energy attached onto that Celebi. So with Superior, which is not in this deck, but in general against Celebi, Superior even doubles that, because Celebi counts as having 2 energies for every energy card, and Jinx counts energies, not energy cards. So let's see here.
I like Jinx in the main heart of the tournament, but in the finals, the last 2 weeks, or the top 32, the last 2 weeks, where we saw Celebi not even make the cut, and now this is the last one remaining. Typically, a Jinx wants to get you into the top 32, but it doesn't want to be there because the Celebis are not multiplying the way that they would versus some of the people who are running the superior lines. As we see a coin flip and a yeeted overhead. There's your 80 to start off and take a nice chunk out of that Mewtwo right away.
Much better start for Marker this game. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, a second heads here could spell defeat for Mamak, who, let's see, are you running any potions? Mamak is not running any potions either.
I think it's something else that's equally cheeky / interesting is that if we don't see another bench Pokemon for Merker come on down and it's just the Exeggutor EX, they may not want to attach that energy onto their Exeggutor and just float the energy in its pool and not attach it. So that way, in case if, as we see the Jinx move forward, in case if Jinx needs to come on out and do some damage, it's going to be a weaker hit. We do see the other Execute get drawn though, and now they could try to solo the Jinx, or they could just put forward the Execute and let it trickle away. They opt instead to go ahead and try and solo the Jinx. No whammy, and they pull Tails. It takes out 40.
Yeah, they do run a second Exeggutor EX in this deck as well as the old Exeggutor, which does 30 plus 30. Very interesting to see what they decide to do, because there was a little bit of time there that players were running the new Exeggutor that is very similar to that Jinx. Damage increased based on how much energy is attached to the opponent, which could be useful into Mewtwo EX.
Yeah, and I think just the staple consistency as we see get drawn the other Exeggutor EX on this turn, which is now going to be evolved from the Execute on the bench. I think that was very much so leaning into what didn't work last week, which is all in Celebi Superior, right? It's the, let me get as much energy out there because more energy is better, right? But it's also harder to do. So the cheap consistency of 40 guaranteed with a equally even chance as 80, as we see the 80 this time come out and take down the Jinx. So put a point on the board for Merker. I think it's further confirming the importance of your 1 and 2 energy attackers, that you need to have energy, you need to have damage coming out in a variety of different ways, like the Gyarados decks. You see it come from the Dredigan, you see it from the Greninja, so that way you can take your time in one aspect, but it's not mandatory to be the only way to get damage out. That was the downfall of last week versus this week, where we see a lot more consistency because Exeggutor has brought the Celebi deck into at least the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, Exeggutor has a lot more consistent damage than Celebi. We talked about this briefly earlier with that 40 plus instead of 50x. But we'll have to see here. Where is Celebi? Where is Mew EX? Both cards could be really helpful into a Mewtwo EX. I think Mew EX might be the preferred, but we could do 80 here. 80 again. Even if he retreats back to the next Mewtwo, unless there's a Giovanni here. 150 damage isn't going to KO this Exeggutor. 80.
They get the 80, but we did see the Giovanni get played.
Okay, so Giovanni's already played. It might be on that. Let's see.
And they're going to red card.
Ooh.
The scary red card comes down. We get a we get all of the card draws.
I don't know I would have red card there, but I'm not in the top 8 right now, so I can't say much. But I don't know if you red card when you're bricked, when they're already bricked. That is going to be 150 coming down here. But Merker doesn't have any way to get back to that full 160 either, so we need a heads. No question about it.
Yeah. This might just come down to exclusively that.
It comes into a 50-50.
Let's get a draw. Here's the Mew.
Hmm.
Interesting. Play the Mew. Do you Erica or do you draw more cards? At least you have a card now on the bench, and I think the question is, do you retreat back your Exeggutor? And that's what it looks like they're stuck with right now. They're screenshotting because reasons, and trying to figure out what to do from here, I guess, is a game strategist moment for later on.
I mean, Erica does nothing is the problem, right?
Erica's just like sprinkle. If it's a 50-50 to win, yeah, you just gotta. Chat saying it's a tactical screenshot. They're playing down the X speed just to BM. Here it goes. This is it, and it's tails.
Ouch.
Ah.
So close, and yet so far away. And that's probably going to be game then, and that's going to be their game 3. Ouch.
That is it. Unfortunately, that's... Y'all know what's coming. It's a side drive for the win. Let the final hit happen. Way to be a good sport. Let the KO happen. It all comes down to a coin flip. But Mamak moves forward with their Gardevoir list, which means we officially know our top 4 in this weekend's matchup. And I don't know if I'm happy or sad about it.
Honestly, I was hoping for a Celebi in top 4, but it'll do. It'll do here.
Yeah, not picking favorites, or just I would have loved to see a higher presence of Mythical Island, because a lot of people want to play Mythical Island cards, and they want to, bring their meta decks, if you will, to the next level. The one that did that was the Gyarados deck, the new version of Gyarados with Dredigan. That's the deck that made the top 4. That's probably the best Mythical Island deck we have seen in these tournaments over the last 2.5 weeks. But I agree. I believe it's Paradox who just said it in the chat. Pikachu just never dies. It is a deck that is consistent, it is strong, and it's made 2 appearances in this top 4.
Yeah, for sure. Pikachu is so consistent, especially against that Gyarados. Do you have preference on which we watch first?
Which to watch first?
We are going to play them separately, so we'll get to watch both of them.
Right. Let's start with Choco, so we can then go into the Gyarados next match. So we'll open up with the old meta, Pikachu versus Mewtwo. Then we'll move into the potential new meta of Gyarados. But I think the best thing that also helped further strengthen these Pikachu decks, speaking of Mythical Island, is the paralysis from Den, and how that single prize that can come from there to buy time is very, very valuable for such a small, cute, little, tiny Pokemon. He's just so little.
He is so tiny, but
he's itty bitty.
I mean, that Paralyze is absolutely insane. We obviously had one before, but it was 2 energy, which, while it doesn't seem like a lot of setup, is a lot more than 0. So obviously we're seeing that do very well here. Let's see.
I'm refreshing on my end so I can make sure I keep everything in view. And yep, we're looking good there. All right, cool. Oh, I went full screen. I can't see anybody. There we go. Okay. So I want to hear it from the chat. Are you surprised at our top 4 decks? Once again, we have one Mewtwo Gardevoir deck that we just saw that moved forward with Jinx. We have 2 Pikachu Zebstrika decks and 1 Greninja Gyarados deck. Does this surprise you? And where do we go from here? Like, what is going to be the deck that breaks it next? Because these are all very good matchups and very good decks, very good pilots, obviously. But I would like to also commend these specific decks, because I'd like to shout out their rankings. I don't know if you noticed this, but none of the top 23 made it into the top 4. Everybody who's moved forward came in at ranks 24, 27, 29, and 31. So if you make the top 32, let this be proof and evidence. You got a shot.
Very true, very true.
Shot.
Yeah, once you're into the single elim, your score from the day before, it doesn't matter other than obviously who you're going against. So if you can knock them out, you can still win. You knock them out, you can still definitely win. They're also streaming above, so I'm a little bit confused because we have them on their Twitch channel. And they...
Okay.
Let's see. Let's see. 1 second here.
Yeah, no worries. You set it on up. You set it on up. Top 23 is filled with players. But I will say, you know, as you've been doing these for now. This is what, the 9th week, 8th week. It's all a blur at this point. 9th week, if I remember correctly. And you know, we've seen this tournament scene grow and grow and grow. And obviously that's very much so in coordination, thanks to, you know, XP Collect sponsoring the stream, bringing the best of the community forward from all over the world. I guess as we head into 2025, you know, I asked this to the chat. I asked this to you as well, because I know you're getting everything set up on the back end for our top 4 matchups. Where do you want to see competitive Pokemon Pocket go? Like, what is it going to take besides spectator mode? Besides that, I don't want that as an answer. Besides spectator mode, what is it going to take to move forward this competition scene, this competitive scene that we have in Pocket to the next level? Like, where does it go from here?
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, I love personally how well, I know there were not as many decks as people might have wanted last set. That being said, it was literally the first set. You know, like literally the first set, and we had so many different decks that still appeared out of that first set. We had so many meta, not shape ups. That's not the correct word. What is the word when things get mixed up?
Shake-ups?
Shake-ups, yeah, meta shake-ups. I just forget my own language sometimes, excuse me. I'm going to go on and hop us into this, but throughout that Geneta Apex with only one set, I thought they did such a great job with that. And obviously, we're having such a diverse top 32s. Seeing them change even between these 2 weeks. I love what they're doing in Pocket. I am not fully sure. I'd love to see some type of like official support, but who knows? I think that as long as we keep going the way we do, I think this community is already so great. Would love, you know, I think it's just gonna get better as long as we all, you know, want to get better together. So
100% agreed. I'd love to see official support in the future, because, you know, watching and being a part of grassroots events for so long, and being on now, you know, I'm blessed enough to say I've had experiences with both the grassroots as well as the professional official productions for other games. Watching where Pocket's already at, we are miles ahead of many other games and the competitive scenes of those games. And I'd love to see Pokemon come forward with, you know, another piece, you know, another extra release, surprise us in the middle of January if we have another mini pack, not, you know, the not so mythical island pack, and it has only 50 cards. You know, something even smaller, just like one more little flare of flavor to look forward to. So you have the big releases every 3 months. A month and a half later, you have the second small release, and then a third little sprinkle of, you know, little bit of goodies to shake up the meta, because we tried to see that happen when Lapras EX came out. People were pushing into water decks. They're like, oh, we're going to force Lapras down because now this is the new meta. It's let this build and Misty this thing now. And it's, we don't need a lot, just more than every 6 weeks. And this competitive scene is going to absolutely transform and move into amazing directions. But let's take a look at the matchup that we have going on right now, because we can see Curlia hanging on by a bare thread as the Jinx gets moved into place instead. We get the evolution online with the Gardevoir. They get 2 energy to pop on down into the Jinx, and they can go ahead and smack for 50 on the Zebstrika right away.
Yeah, it's going to be able to start swinging into that Zebstrika. Gardevoir's already appeared, my gosh. Mammoth is definitely in the position they want to be, but where is Choco's bench? This is... I don't...
It's not much happening. Choco's trying to figure out, is it worth even dropping the Pika and letting it ramp up at this point? Or is it just going to be a concern? It's going to be a threat concern that they're going to have to encounter and just exclusively go Zebstrika into Zapdos.
Yeah.
It's tough.
This is... I mean, it looks like Zebstrika is getting knocked out next turn. Pikachu's going to need two whole more basics to get going here. But they do have 2 turns before Mewtwo will be swinging for 150.
I'm thinking with the blue and the damage that it's going to prevent, where does that bring more value? Does that bring more value in multiple hits against Pikachu, or does that bring more value into multiple hits at, with that 10 extra HP on Zapdos? And I think that's part of the math that they're figuring out here, because they know that they're going to lose the Zebstrika.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, putting maybe some damage on that Mewtwo could help protect, not allowing that extra threshold almost, but instead, actually, we're just going to retreat back to Pikachu.
I like the move. Now, thinking about it retrospectively, they've turned it into a tank. Now it's only going to be hit for 30 apiece by the Jinx. They can build up the Zapdos. They can buy at least 1 more card draw that way.
Yeah.
And if they do start to build up the Pikachu and get another basic in the process, they take 1 hit with 1 energy on it that's going to hit for 50. Even if they took a second hit at that point with the 2 energy on it, it would have hit for the full 120. So they only would have been able to absorb 1 hit. And that's basically what they were setting themselves up for, was to be able to tank 1 hit. Instead, we see the Jinx retreat on out. Pikachu EX gets hit for 50 via the Mewtwo, and now Mewtwo is on the front line danger, where we could see it get KO'd by Zapdos this turn, and I think they're going to try for it.
Yeah, let's see how that goes. I mean, we will be having 150 swing, but without that, without that first point having been taken by Mammoth, we do survive, even if Zapdos gets KO'd.
Yeah, I mean, they've put the risk out there, knowing that if they hit at least 2, no, they still wouldn't even be able to do it. They have to take it out here 3 in a row, and they don't get it. It's almost a full whiff. It's only 50.
That's
Zapdos is going to be... Zapdos is hurting right now, man. Zapdos is trembling, to say the least.
Yeah, and we're not going to have time to set up this Pikachu either, which is a little bit painful right now. Like, we are going to go and see 150 here. No energy on that Pikachu. This does feel like game for Mammoth.
Yeah, I think like Mammoth's going to be taking this one here. I can't think of even a Sabrina getting drawn here. I don't know if that does it. Because they just put forward. Yeah, no, as we see, they draw the Zapdos. Yeah. They could put the Zapdos down just for reasons, but I don't see a way that this works.
Yeah, I think we needed a Dedenne. We needed the mouse.
Yeah.
The other
mouse.
Yeah.
Yes, the other mouse. And yeah, that's basically it. All right, so it's going to be a 1-0 lead for the classic Mewtwo Jinx variation here, as we watch it disappear. Looks like he played it out, and he's reviewing the play order. I was like, maybe he's trying to get information about the deck, but it's like, no, it's open deck list. So
let's see. We're gonna let them go on and get into their next game here. Yeah, I definitely feel like
advantage on Mewtwo. Good.
Advantage on Mewtwo?
No, it's on you.
No, I was gonna say, it is definitely was a bad start for that Pikachu. Maybe with a stronger lead. Choco will be able to bring back this series. Mamak can also always brick and never hit their Gardevoir. So a lot of options here for Choco to come back. But definitely a bad spot for Choco to be in last game. They are going to go and get set up here. I will bring up their game once they have their active in the active spot. So let's see. Here we go.
Beautiful. All right. We're loading with the 2 EXs front and center with a Blitzel on the bench. And everybody's hoping for, this is the moment you want all those draws. I don't believe either player is running a red card. So show me the Pokeballs. Show me the professor's researches. Give me everything to make it all happen. There it is. We get a 1-1 to open up first from Mamak. Already throwing, I believe it's 5 or 6 cards now into their hand on turn 1, and they're opening with 2 Mewtwo's, and the Ralts down already on turn 1. What a start for the Mewtwo deck.
Ouch. Yeah, Choco is not enjoying this. They're gonna want to fill up their bench, get up a Zapdos that could potentially deal with one of these Mewtwo's or a second Mewtwo, and they are hoping that there's no Kirlia or Gardevoir in their next 2 turns. So let's see here. I mean, in my opinion,
they're already loading up Pika, so
Kirlia. Yeah, this is not the matchup Pikachu wanted. Pikachu, especially Zebstrika, is here because of their matchup into Gyarados. That Zebstrika one-shots Magikarps, and obviously has that type advantage against some of those different Watermons, but Mewtwo was not their dream opponent in the top 4.
However, I don't think that Mamak is sitting on Gardevoir because they put the energy on the back Mewtwo.
Yeah, that is very true here. And going first, even hitting Gardevoir this turn, if they even had put it on that front Mewtwo, we wouldn't be seeing that 150, only 50 with that 3 energies on one of those Mewtwo EXs.
Yeah. Looks like they get to load up the evolution there. So now we've got a Pikachu EX already fully online. Zebstrika ready to go. Dedenne on the back line as well. Get the first 90 drop onto the front line Mewtwo EX. Mamak, I believe, is also running Leaf, so they could pull it back.
Yeah, we could retreat back, but all they're going to do is 50, and then 2 Mewtwo EXs having damage on it is not a good spot to be in here. Luckily,
Jinx doesn't like seeing this deck either because they don't need a lot of energy on their Pokemon to really do anything chaotic.
Yeah, very, very true. Oh, Gardevoir is going to come down here. Luckily, max 50 damage we're going to see this turn. Maybe 70 with that Jinx, but we've already done our hand attach this turn, so not even the Jinx. Okay. But is going to be the Mewtwo EX. Swinging for 50. Pikachu couldn't do 90 and set up for a KO the next turn, but, I mean, the other Mewtwo wouldn't be able to swing back for 150. It is an option at this point.
We could also see, and I think there's no way you retreat back your frontline Mewtwo. I mean, sorry, your frontline Pikachu EX right now. I think you still take. I think you have to take the hit. But what I do see is if they drop 90 onto the frontline Mewtwo, even though they could take down the Pikachu EX, I could see them putting 1 energy on the Mewtwo, retreat it, put the Jinx forward, put the other energy on that, and let that tank, and then start having singles slowly accumulate because you've got damage onto your Mewtwo EXs. So I could see that line potentially be something that Mamak is using to circumnavigate, taking a couple of hits while letting energy accumulate because this is a deck that needs energy.
Yeah, that's very true.
On its opponent.
Yeah, I mean, if we don't KO the Jinx, having 2 Mewtwo EXs fully set up is a really nice position for Mamak to be in. But I mean, I think we'll need a Leaf to do that because we don't want to discard this energy on those Mewtwo EXs.
Red card!
Oof.
Oh no!
There goes
Here
our
we go.
hand.
Sabrina.
Substrike again.
Sublitzel. The Substrike, whatever the hell his name is. Crap. I just put them together. and the next speed. Okay. Now. Oh boy. That Sabrina might be what does it though.
She is not.
They take the hit. Oh man. Wait a minute. So they're gonna hit for 60. That's fine.
Yeah.
They can hit for 60 as is. They'd still be able to take down that Mewtwo. However, they would not be able to take down the Gardevoir or the Jinx. But they draw the Zapdos clearly, so oh boy.
Yeah, so did we Gardevoir last turn? Or like oh yeah, okay, so he did put both energies on that Mewtwo EX in the active spot. I mean, so he discarded them. The Mewtwo on the bench can't attack. I wonder if there's any world where we should have attacked with the Jinx, since Jinx just swing for 70, I think. 30 plus 20 plus 20. Could have KO'd. Gardevoir obviously doesn't get KO'd by Pikachu, but we know we have a Sabrina. And there's not a red card to protect us now.
I think if there's one other play I would have done differently, I would not have dropped the Zapdos EX down. Because if they don't drop down the Zapdos EX, it's a further incentive for Mamok to move forward the Jinx instead, thinking that it can't be taken out. But instead, now we're going to watch it move forward, and they're kind of undoing their error, and they concede.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that is going to be game 2. So now it's 1-1 in this series. We are going to be going into game 3. Let's see
All
here.
right.
Very interesting to see.
Who do you got? Yeah, it's obviously we're casters, right? We're watching this from the backside. We're all watching live streams. We're all talking about it. Here's what I would do. Here's what I would have done. Here's what I've done. It's always great to be a backseat gamer and a backseat caster into these tournaments, but you never know until you're in the middle of it all. And if you're in that moment and you're thinking 3 turns ahead, but you missed what happened in the next turn. So it's really tough. It's really, really tough. And it's one of the reasons I always invite chat to be active and talk about it, because we all learn not just from watching what you see right here on the screen. And these are 2 incredible matches that we're going to be watching here in the top 4. But the way you play it might be different than the way I play it. And then once it's played, we get to look back and figure it out. So it's one of the reasons I love doing these tournaments. And we get to open up this now match 3 to see who goes to the finals. It's a Mewtwo EX on the one side and a Blitzel to start us off only on the other.
Okay, so 2 Ralts this time on the bench, but no second Mewtwo. For sure, though, it is much easier to watch and know what the correct play is than play and know what the correct play is. But let's see here. I mean, we can swing for 20. I don't really think that helps us very much, sadly. I wonder if we're going to have any other Pokemon down just yet. But it doesn't seem like we're going to be doing that. We're going to go on and attack for 20 into that Mewtwo EX. Once again, because that Mewtwo is going first, even hitting that Kirlia Gardevoir on each turn won't allow for 150 2 turns from now. It'll have to be minimum 3. I did math that. I think I counted.
Ooh, all right. Yeah, all right, here we go. So now they got the little bit of damage down, and the Ralses are still there. I do like that they held the Pokeball just a little bit longer. They've got the evolution now to play into the line.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need to worry about Sabrina necessarily, or Leaf, or any of these other trainers right now, because they can just hit 1 Ralts. And if Mamok is playing anything next turn to evolve, if they're playing that Kirlia, they're going to have to evolve the injured Kirlia, which never feels good.
That is very true. We missed Kirlia at least 1 turn now, so
yeah.
I wonder if we'll even see it. I mean, bricking game 3 is not the way you want to go out of a tournament, but that is my luck half the time. That is my luck half the time.
Fair. Very fair. Hmm. If they're building, I think they're just debating about if they want to use the bench spot for the second Zapdos. But they're not sitting on too much, so they got to put some damage out there. But they hit the Mewtwo. They don't hit the Raltses on the back line and put threat onto one of them. Interesting.
I mean, it does put that Mewtwo in range of only 2 coin flips instead of 3, which is huge difference in odds. That being said, we can just retreat back. Doesn't look to be the play we're going to do, though.
We see the Pikachu get drawn, though. So the question is, do you drop down the Pikachu and fill that third spot? Or do you, bank on needing later on your Dedenne, whether it's in your hand or in the deck? They opt to say it's just going to be a 2 knockout situation here. That's it. So it's going to be any combination of 2. They've got a head start already on the front line Mewtwo. They can't do...
Ooh, a leaf retreat.
Interesting. They're retreating out into the Zapdos now because they know they can tank 1 hit.
Very true, yeah.
Before they have to worry about the side drive.
Yeah, and no Kirlia, so no Gardevoir. So then Pikachu can follow up next turn, not even needing a Giovanni, but Kirlia has finally appeared. There is 4 cards in hand already, 8 cards left in deck. Not the most insane thing to think, oh man, they already have Gardevoir.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, we can see that they're sitting on 4 cards in their hand. More than half of the deck has already been played. So they're playing into probably just about a 20% chance that they already had it, yet alone it is what it is. They're loading up the Mewtwo and then setting up the retreat while keeping 2 Psychic Energy on it. Put the Ralts down to absorb the hit and only allow a single point to move forward, buying time for energy to be stacked onto the Mewtwo's on the back line.
Yeah, so now that Mewtwo is going to survive, I was thinking if we do KO that Mewtwo EX, the other Mewtwo's not set up at all. So Gardevoir does what, 50? Yeah. Not great. Not a great position to be in. But Ralts in their hand.
I think the retreat there is incredibly smart because all they need to do, quote unquote, is to buy 2 turns. If they can buy 2 turns with this incredibly fast deck, they're in a good position because those 2 turns allow 2 energy to go onto that 150 HP Mewtwo, and it buys just enough time. Instead, they're going to have to use that one and retreat out that Zapdos into the Pikachu EX, hit it for 90, and now both, once again, we're in a position where both Mewtwo's are going into it with damage.
Yep, for sure. This time we do have Gardevoir. Hey, we're going to need another leaf to get out of this active spot as well. So, let's see. I'm just going to check how many leaves we have on the mock. We're only running 1 leaf, 1 X speed. We used X speed to retreat earlier, or was it leaf? I'm trying to remember. Let's see what they decide to do here.
They have options, which is interesting, and I like seeing the defensiveness that both players are using here. They're both playing very smart. They're trying to chess themselves into a final 1, 2, 3 point conclusion because both players can do could do a single turn knockout situation.
Very true right now. Okay, so we put our energy actually on that Mewtwo on the bench here. Okay, so we just sacrificed this Pikachu. There is no second Pikachu, to be fair, on this bench, which means when that Mewtwo on the other side does get promoted, he doesn't automatically get KO'd, which is a problem that came up from putting 2 Zapdos down. We haven't been drawn to a second Pikachu, just to be completely transparent, so this is helping power up that Pikachu. It wasn't really another option, but we're gonna have to default to a coin flip essentially. 60, I think was it 61% for those 2 coins.
Oh boy.
Ouch.
All right, here we go. Take down the Mewtwo. Move forward the other Mewtwo. Put the energy on it. It's all good. Do we see? Are we all forecasting the same 3 final turns here?
Mewtwo X up. Pikachu is knocked out. Yeah, I think so.
It all comes down to Zapdos. Yeah. Yeah, Sabrina's useless because they just move forward the Gardevoir, which ruins the coin flip math.
Yeah, hurts it if anything.
Uh-huh.
No world we put the Jinx up. No world we put the Jinx up right now.
No, no way. They have to side drive, take their 2 points.
Let's get 2 points from Mach. We already had 2 points with Choco as well. Let me update that real quick.
All right, so remember, it's 4 coins. 3 of them is a win. 4 of them is a win. 2
win.
They didn't. Oh, I was looking to see if they were going to play a potion last turn, but I was optimistic that they were going to build up themselves a little differently, but no, that's not the case. They're just going to have to go for the flip. They just need 2. All right, here we go, y'all. Here we go, y'all. 0. 1.
Oh! No! What? Ouch! Oh my god.
And just like that, Carrie Bradshaw casts out the final moment here of this Zapdos EX. Let's say goodbye, everyone.
Oh, no.
And Mewtwo, the OG himself, with a little assist from Jinx, moves forward into the final. Congratulations to Mamak, showing that you do not need to have Mythical Island to do some real damage here in Pokemon Pocket. What a final moment. RNG was on their side. They had it. They had the 2, the 3, and the 4. And of course they hit the 1.
Yeah, so sad to see. Even when the odds are in their favor, it can still go downhill. And Pikachu did appear, but we don't have enough turns to power up that Pikachu.
We do not have enough turns for that Pikachu, but what about Tricobs? Tricob is going up against Amber 2K6. They are also running a Pikachu Zebstrika focus deck, a little bit of a different trainer lineup, but they, on the other end, are going up against a different Gyarados.
For sure, we got dragged down into our last game here. It is going to be that Gyarados versus Pikachu, just like you were saying. So, and after that game, no Pikachu mirror match. Assured in the finals.
Yes, we will definitely not have Pika versus Pika. So, I don't know if you wish to celebrate, if you wish to be happy about it, if you're sad about it. Let's hear it in the chat. Who do you think has this one? Do you think we're going to be going down the path of Pikachu into the final, or do you think we're going to be going down the path of Gyarados in the final?
I would love to see Gyarados personally, but just because I would love to see it be that Mewtwo Gyarados matchup, always interesting to see. It becomes a huge standoff and very. Anywho, let's go on and get into that game here. Amber 2K is going to have exactly the tank they want. Druddigon in that active spot. Faroki ready to get built up, but where is our Magikarp?
He went for a swim.
Hopefully Zebstrika does not appear before he comes back.
Very fair. Very, very fair. We open up with a Froakie trying to build itself up on the back line, but the Pikachu EX opening up for Tricob and nothing on the bench, but a very full hand. This could be one of those just make it rain all in one turn and not so surprise the opponent moments.
That is very true.
Throw the first
Right.
energy down. No bench, no fears, no Sabrinas, no nothing of that nature, unless if it's a Zapdos. So they're starting
Okay.
the load. And they put down the second Drud. I don't know if I do that quite yet, but I guess it's because it's a little revealing to say if I'm putting down the second Drud, I'm protecting against the Sabrina simultaneously. To not have to deal with, putting my Froakie forward. Or in this case, now the Frogadier.
And we go in and end that turn. Still not a single Magikarp, but Jacob doesn't have... I spoke too soon. They have their Blitzel. And that's going to be a second energy on Pikachu, who can only swing for 60 this turn. Oh,
or not.
Never mind.
There it is.
I spoke too soon again.
It happens. It happens. So go ahead, take a little bit of damage. Rough Skin puts 20 down onto the Pikachu.
Note though, if we do get Greninja, one more attack on a Druddigon puts that Pikachu in range of a Greninja KO. Oh, Magikarp appears.
Finally, but do they get the Gyarados? There's a Frogadier and a Leaf. Still no Gyarados.
They need that Zebstrika not to show up either. Ow.
They go ahead and do the first evolve. Put the Zebstrika in line, and this is probably a retreat the Pikachu, kill the Magikarp, right?
It is.
Yeah, 100% that's what they're doing.
So
They're
sad
like,
to see.
aha, not today! Harp.
And Thunder Spear into the back line. That's going to be a knockdown Magikarp for Jacob's first point. I'm not sure how he really come back from this, but we'll have to see.
One very strong Greninja. Like that's really it. You're gonna need that other Magikarp, and instead they've loaded up their Froakies just to say, here you go. This is really tough.
Okay, we're gonna have a Sabrina come down. I mean, we just go to the second Druddigon.
Yep, eye for an eye, dragon for a dragon.
Energy onto Zapdos? Okay. And we still get that second point now. Giovanni spells in next game. Or next turn. Gyarados, you're too late, buddy. You're too late. Okay, I mean, two Greninjas could be prepared if there was a Greninja.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to find a way to make this work, but I
don't think
just
there is
don't see it,
one.
because this is it. This is it right here. Yeah, they
Game
drop down the
one.
Sabrina. Either Frogadier moves forward, the Pikachu swaps on in, and that ends up doing it. So, all right. So the first one, that's only one. Remember, this is a best of 3. It's not over yet.
Not over yet.
Even though we did fillet a fish. We do have a lead for the Pikachu EX deck against Gyarados. So let's see what match number 2 does. And it's all going to be about the opening hand. The faster they can get that Gyarados evolved, the better. You got to remove that threat of a potential Zebstrika just taking down that fish in one shot every time.
For sure. That is not where Amber 2K wants to start their game. I mean, even starting a Magikarp is, I feel like, better than not having one at all. I'm going to go and get that up here. But sadly, we are not starting with the Magikarp again.
They do have an ability to maybe get it on the draw, but they'll get a couple of cards on the draw. Nice defensive start, though. Keep the Druddigon forward. Let the damage happen if need may be. If they're not opening with it on the board...
Well, could be a Blitzel.
Yeah, still no... Oh, boy. There it is. You spoke it into existence right there. Dropping the Blitzel onto the bench. And you know what?
Zapdos
As they
too?
also drop down the Zapdos, it looks like they're just taking big, powerful hits right here. Zebstrika is really, really meta here. Here's the Pokeball. Does it give him a fish?
One?
It does.
We need 2 though to be completely safe.
It's got to be a 1-2 punch and a little bit of luck. Here comes the professor's research. Do they get the Gyarados? There's a Misty and a Gyarados. There's a chance here. Wait a minute. There's now a chance. Hold on.
Please
if there isn't a Zebstrika, there's a chance.
Please no Zebstrika.
And no X speed. It has to be both.
No.
There's a Zebstrika. If they have the X speed.
Gyarados!
Put it on the Pikachu. They don't have it.
Gyarados
they
will
don't have
appear.
the X speed. Gyarados actually gets to do something.
Oh, I was scared we weren't going to see a Gyarados.
Now it's Misty's turn to actually try and maybe do something here.
Oh
Can Misty do the job she's meant to do?
No.
Not this turn. She can't either. So a single energy gets added onto the Gyarados. Let the Druddigan do what it's got to do. All right, hold on. It's not over yet.
Oh. It's
All right.
okay though. We have some health to give on the Gyarados.
Yeah. The Froakie is a little bit of a concern if they can't get that evolved next turn, because Zebstrika could be targeting it. But at the same time, I think they might need to hit the Druddigan instead. No, they go for the Gyarados.
Okay.
Instead of getting the Druddigan down into single Pikachu range, they decide to get some extra damage down to Gyarados, expecting it to move forward. So here we go. We got another Misty. This is their last chance for an energy ramp. They need 1. No, again, twice.
Ouch.
Misty, or as we call her on our stream, the red-headed, anyway, not coming forward at all to help this deck out. And Gyarados is just going to take his sweet-ass time, slowly going one by one by one. But at least they're sitting on a leaf so they can get Gyarados online next turn. Oh,
yeah,
God.
they're going to need, I mean, if they do even put the Zebstrika on that Gyarados, still going to need a Giovanni to do a one-hit KO and another basic with that Pikachu. And no energy on the Zapdos just yet.
Oh, boy.
Okay,
Yep,
so
slowly
120.
chipping away. All right. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. It has finally happened. We have seen the Gyarados.
Ooh.
The big thing to watch is which energy gets removed. By Zebstrika, what goes away?
Oh,
Off of
Zebstrika
Gyarados,
did.
it stays on Pikachu.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh, boy.
Zapdos gets put up though.
Why?
I'm not sure we have the basics, maybe. You need 2 basics to swing for 110, right? And a Giovanni for 120. But
they've got 7 cards, right? 8 cards in their hand, and they don't have enough basics to make Pikachu go boom?
okay.
Oh.
I don't know. I mean, this is bad. We need a leaf for next speed now because we don't survive.
They put, okay. Trucob instead decides to Sabrina, take the Gyarados out of the active position. Froakie gets rotated on in, and then they drop the Blitzel down. Now Blitzel gets rotated in, they retreat out their Zapdos, and there's still no
They can't win this turn,
Frogadier
though.
for these Froakies.
Yeah, and because it tossed our energy on Gyarados, even if we hand attach and retreat, Gyarados can't attack.
Yeah. I think this is just let a Froakie just, that's all you got, right? It's just flop. Just, here you go, here's 50.
I'm surprised we left in Froakie though. Like, I guess we are at 0 points. Jacob's at 0 points. Who cares if Froakie gets discarded? But Pikachu knocks it out eventually.
Amber 2K6 is sitting on 1 point. Tracob has 0 points.
Yeah.
So it's about, they're trying to prevent the 2-point knockout if they're Tracob.
For sure.
They can, let's see. If they go for the evolution, No, they're just using Blitzel right now as a shield. They put the other energy onto Pikachu. So Blitzel's just shielding.
Ooh,
and there's the Frogadier. Now, do you load it in the back, or do you get some more damage on the front?
I think you put in the front. Like, if Pikachu comes forward, you win, right? Okay.
So now they retreat out the Froakie, put out the big damage.
But if they have Giovanni now, and one more basic, there's a Dedenne still left in their deck, I believe, so...
Yes.
I mean...
There's the second point for Amber 2K6. Chukob's going to move forward the Pikachu EX.
Let's see.
Do we see Dedenne and
It's really
Geo?
a throw. Okay, there's a second Zapdos as well.
There's the other Zapdos. That works. And there's the Geo.
That's going to be game. And that's going to be a Pikachu and Mewtwo in the finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have tried to get the Dragon's Lair to be bestowed upon you in the finals, but unfortunately, the meta is the meta. And Pikachu is just taking these decks and ripping them to shreds.
That was so sad. But, I mean, Frogadier does get to still move into that active spot. But I don't think we come back from here. Very sad to see.
Yeah, they're taking the research. They draw a Pokeball and another Frogadier. Go ahead and draw the other. Draw it again. Throw that down. Without having enough to make these cards like do like a Dredigan dance of, you know, you take a little damage, you take a little damage, you take a little damage, like without having that ready for them, there's really not too much I can see these decks doing right now. Yeah. They can start chipping away, but just take out your 20, end your turn.
Yeah, I think you had to have put that, or at least keep the Froakie in the active. We could not move Gyarados in at that moment, but it is what it is. Hindsight is 2020.
Yep.
So, ouch.
100%. We as a community and as casters will always see the play one turn too late. That's just how it always goes. However, as we, talked about earlier, being in the heat of the moment, trying to think about every single turn in the competition, because remember, we're now in the top 4. The top 3 are, if I'm correct here, correct me if I'm wrong, are going to be receiving prizes. So they're really competing for points. They're competing for every possible thing to scrape out because they made it. And there's a chance that even if they lose, they still could get something too. So they're really scraping every...
Okay, so we are trying to still fight here with that Greninja, but obviously it's a little bit over here with this. I mean, Pikachu's going to keep putting damage into that Pikachu, but I'm not sure exactly what Amber 2K can do here. He's going to be back in just a second. Our cocaster is quickly booting back up. His computer crashed, so he'll be back in a couple seconds here. And then we are still finishing out this BO3. This is game 2. Jacob is in the lead, and it does seem like Jacob is going to be taking game 2 as well. That means it's going to be Jinx with Mewtwo and Pikachu in that finals. But instead, we're still hitting with these water shurikens here. Pikachu doesn't get KO'd, but neither does Greninja. I mean, Greninja's only going to be at 110, actually. Is this the game? It does seem like there's definitely a chance here. Pikachu can't KO that Greninja. Greninja can swing twice. This could be game here, but we are going to have a retreat more than likely. Yep, back to who, though? Let's see. Yep, it's going to be back to that other Pikachu. Maybe not the same game that we thought. So that's going to be 110. We could put him to 80, but that's not going to be enough. We can snipe here. So Druddigon does give us a little bit of space here. I mean, we can snipe this Pikachu down to 80. If he attacks again, we can see... Huh.
Hello.
Hi.
Sorry about that. Random technical difficulty. My apologies. We are back. We're up and going. Let's see what happens here.
Can you mute the... Perfect.
Yeah.
So we are going to be back in this. There is a chance right now that Amber could still win this game. We are seeing... Yeah, no, it's absolutely insane. But it looks like my... Zapdos going to have a peck. Nope, no attack into the Druddigon. We've already used our Giovanni as well. Pikachu's gonna have to, you know, at some point they're gonna have to attack into Druddigon.
I'm just catching up and being able to see all of the possibilities here of how they could do this, but
I think they needed to put their
slowly shuriken.
Yeah. I don't know about shuriking into active here. Like, we should be shuriking those Pikachus. Put them into 40, then next turn, we are even able to put them to 0. There's no potions on the Pikachu, but we're gonna continue to try here. It's definitely a chance. So...
Well, to be fair, or actually, no, it doesn't make sense. They could take down the Zapdos next turn, no?
Yeah,
actually,
but
no.
They'd be able to regardless, right? If they hit into the Pikachu. Oh, so there was a potion.
Wait, is he playing for tie?
It would lose him the game if he plays for tie is the thing. Because you get a double game loss when you tie, and then Jacob won first game. So a tie would give Jacob to their final spot.
Well, here's your 4 coin flips, and it's a
it does
100 hit. There you go.
And that's going to be a game for Jacob. Yeah, no, they should have been sniping into that Pikachu on the bench, but I guess there was a potion that I didn't realize. Yeah, they are running 2 potions. It was the other deck, I guess, that didn't have potions. My bad on that. Dang.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay.
Playing into that specifically, but we do now officially then have our final.
Yep, we will be going into our finals then.
Go back to my brackets so I can keep up. And we end up with the meta, if you will. We end up with the meta as it has been, with small little adjustments thanks to the evolution of Mythical Island. We've seen a couple of items get added. We've seen a cute little mouse Pokemon get added. And now it all comes down to this here for the 9th installment of Ursiiday's Pocket Weekly. Ursi, are you happy, sad, surprised? How do you feel about seeing these two in the final today?
I don't know. I mean, it is... I was hopeful for the Gyarados. I was hopeful for the Gyarados for sure here. But it does happen. We're back to our lovely Pikachu and Mewtwo EX. What about you? What are you thinking about this? Our finals.
It further, I mean, as someone who's been a Pikachu preacher since launch, that Pikachu is the strongest deck in the game. Seeing it regularly make it into these top ends of tournaments has been, you know, a further confirmation of that thought. However, Mewtwo has struggled previously up until the release of Mythical Island, and now with stronger supports and the ability to, you know, from experience to say, you know what, I can put in one Mew EX or one Jinx or just one other thing to give it another alternate condition. It's not just run the non-EX Mewtwo into the deck as well to give it another condition. I like seeing that the supporters and the items are what brought Mewtwo decks into that now I'm good enough. It's no longer a 45% to 50% deck all the time in every tournament. Now there are people who have that consistency that the Mewtwo deck was lacking because of the right kind of support around it, with not too much else really needed. But Pikachu decks have always been strong, and in my opinion, stronger with the addition of Dedenne being able to have that one cost paralysis versus the 2 version that you would see sometime with Pincurchin, and a chance at that too. I like this version of Pikachu a lot better. Zebstrika has proved itself strong right now because Gyarados is something that is regularly prevalent here, but I don't know if that's going to be the future version of Pikachu I'd like to run and post this Gyarados era. I'm sad that we didn't get to see more of like a random new meta deck like we got to see last week, but I can't be upset because we are seeing incredibly intelligent gameplay from really strong competitors that now both will be going home with a prize, and we're going to be able to shoutcast that game right here.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what we get. I will grab up that meta share here while we're waiting for them to get set up. We can bring up that meta breakdown and have that bracket. Let's see. Yeah, so it is that final Mewtwo EX and Pikachu. I totally agree, though. Really interesting to see. I am so excited. Let's see.
Yeah, and I see it in the chat too, so I'll gladly acknowledge it in the chat too. As someone who has, you know, been watching and playing a lot of Pokemon Pocket as well, it's very clear that the Mewtwo decks have been consistently, you know, promoted, strong, and especially on ladder in those events, they are really good high rolly decks. But in a tournament setting, go back to any tournament, normally the Mewtwo decks have ended up in sprinkled into the top, but not as consistently winning the top versus here's a random, here's a random, here's a random. What we're seeing more is a higher percentage of Mewtwo decks being able to push into the top 8, 16, 32s, etc., because they're a lot more consistent with new supports around them. That's my big understanding of the Mewtwo deck, is it had good support cards, we had good trainers, we had good items, but now things like Mythical Slab, Leaf, Blue, these are incredibly valuable cards for this deck that has now made it a lot more consistent. So that consistency is, in my opinion, why this is doing so well. And I'm happy to see that a good deck got a little stronger, but is not broken, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think Mewtwo had a lot of pieces. I actually had thought it was going to be the best deck in format and win out last week. I was firmly a believer that Mewtwo EX was going to win, even if Mew EX wasn't in the deck. That Mysterious Slab, so strong. I mean, Mew EX also crazy. There was so many additional pieces that, you know, got added to Mewtwo, but it didn't even get out of the top 16 last week, which was kind of crazy to see.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how important also in this matchup, you know, because it's one of the biggest things about Pikachu decks, right? You're always desperate to be going second, at least in my own opinion. And you may play it differently, but if I'm playing Pikachu, I'm only wanting to go second. I want to be able to hit first. I want to get that energy and use it right away. And especially in a deck that's going to need a little bit more time, like a Mewtwo deck very often wants just a little bit more time than a Pikachu deck wants to get online. The ability for Pikachu decks to get online faster is what this is going to really come down to if Pikachu is going to be taking down Mewtwo in this final. So I'm looking forward to seeing the opening hand, but not reveal everything completely. You got to leave the element of surprise, even though we could see it. You know,
For sure.
We want our community to have a good time along the way.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely a little middle ground to meet there, for sure. I'm gonna give me 1 second. We're having a small technical difficulty.
Okay.
And
no worries. Whenever you want to move into chat one, we'll move into chat one and get it up and running. All's good.
Let's see.
While they're working on the technical difficulty in the background, I do want to ask the community here, the chat, as we get ready for the grand final. We are still seeing this incredibly strong relevance. Obviously, we're talking about Mewtwo, we're talking about Pikachu. Concentration-wise, if we look at just this individual tournament, again, we had almost 2,000 participants here in the tournament on these entries. The most popular deck being a Gyarados Greninja deck, which made it into the top 4. We see the Mewtwo deck, which also has obviously made it now here into the final, and Pikachu's Zebstrika now making it here into the final. I'm curious to ask you all, what is the next evolution to bring either these decks to the next level or to bring the next deck up to this level? Because we've been seeing different people try different variations, right? We see a Charizard deck get really close in several different tournaments. We've seen Exeggutor get very close in several different tournaments. We've seen, hell, I even remember the Blastoise era. Like, there are so many different variations. Blaine has been doing really well in tournaments as well, EX and non-EX tournaments. So I'm curious to see where people want to bring the meta, and if we as a community are going to be able to get it there, because it's fun to watch as a caster the changes in the meta week to week to week. But as a player, and I ask you this as we get ready to go live in the next into the finals, I'm curious, how do you want to see the meta also start to change? Because you've been doing these every single week since launch.
Yeah, I mean, I think the meta kind of is changing as we watch. I'll be interested in seeing how it continues to develop in the upcoming weeks. I would love to see Gyarados or some of those other Mystical Island decks find their way, you know, to the finals one of these weeks. Obviously, there's a chance for it. We saw a Golem last week make its way all the way into the winner's circle. But what does it exactly mean for those other decks? I'm not really sure. I would have loved even an Aerodactyl. It didn't have to be a Gyarados, right? Like any of those different Mystical Island decks get their win. So hopefully we're going to see some more of the Mystical Islands. But that being said, obviously, there's a number of Mystical Island cards in a lot of these Mewtwo decks. We'll have to see exactly, though, how that turns up in our winner's deck, which this one, not even using Mew EX, which I thought was kind of crazy. So we do have someone streaming. Let's see if we can hop in there. It is going to be in channel 1.
All right, we are hopped on over for our end of it, and it looks like they are getting ready on this back line, sharing each other's codes. Get them all set here. So put it in the chat. Who do you think will take it down? We've seen some of these matches already, you know, from these participants. We've seen Mamak, we've seen Trakab. Does Trakab and their Pikachu deck take the grand final, or does Mamak and the Gardevoir Mewtwo deck take down the grand final? What do y'all think?
Let's see. We are officially in the finals. Super exciting. But yeah, I wonder which one will make it. Would love to see what people are expecting.
It looks like we are matched up on the back end. I know the production is getting it set so we can showcase it right here for you. The grand final is going live, and so is the prediction here in the chat. Put your predictions up top here on Twitch. Let us know who you think is going to win, and you can win your opponent's channel points. Looks like right off the bat they're going to kick off with a Blitzel in the active position and a Jinx in the active position, and that's it. That's all we see down on the board right now. Sizing is going live. Here we go. Bring it on.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, both players are definitely want to find a lot more Pokemon. Ralts, Mewtwo's, obviously that Kirlia and Gardevoir as well. Trakab doesn't only want to have a Blitzel. If this was Magikarp, maybe a different story. But here, I mean, we'll have to see what arrives, because we need some Pikachus and Zapdoses.
Yeah, the red card bright and early to shuffle it on up, and that may have been a mistake as we now see a Pikachu EX going down potentially onto the bench. As we saw, there was a flash of a Zebstrika also that they can do that immediate evolution. Plus, they got the Pokeball to get another one into hand, and it's a Zapdos EX. So they're pretty locked and loaded for the most part. I think minus what, one basic at this point?
Yeah, very true. Even one basic, I mean, one more basic is all we need to be able to start swinging for 90 in the future, but we'll have to get those energies first because we are powering up Blitzel instead. Let's see.
Blitzel energy bright and early also feels good, specifically against Jinx, who's going to need those 2 turns. And now, if they put down the Zebstrika, it's within 2 hits of taking down the Jinx for its first initial point. Ralts enters into the bench, and the Pokeball's trying to pull the Mewtwo into the hand. Let's see if it pulls a Mewtwo or if it pulls a Ralts. And they get their Mewtwo online.
Okay,
They
and a
evolved
Curlia.
the Curlia, too. Ooh. They're they're already loading up the Mewtwo. I think they're basically sacrificing Jinx.
It does seem that way, and we are going to have now that Pikachu, another basic in hand that is pretty assured here. Zebstrika can start poking into that Mewtwo EX on the bench. Maybe it'll be Curlia, but I'm assuming it would be that Mewtwo EX.
I think they're looking at how long is it going to take with and without Gardevoir, because there are 2 cards in the hand, as you can see on the screen, of Mamak. How long is it going to take if they have the Gardevoir already in hand, and with that 1 extra turn, is it going to be enough time, or 2 extra turns, is it going to be enough time to do something of value and take down the Mewtwo? I think by putting down at least just the Zapdos from a defensive standpoint, to have if they get the Sabrina ready and set to go, it's a single cost retreat. I think they're looking pretty strong. And there you go. There's Zebstrika, who's going to take damage into Mewtwo instead and get a head start on the Mewtwo with Zebstrika while they try to build it up. And their second Ralts now comes down. Gardevoir also comes down. They can put Jinx on the board and have it hit for 50. Or they can start putting 1 energy on the Mewtwo backline, and the second energy would automatically happen onto the Jinx anyway. So do you put it on Jinx or Mewtwo?
I think you have to put it on Mewtwo here. I mean, we do see it a Ryle and Jinx, but Zebstrika's going to be able to keep poking into that Mewtwo on the back. I guess we then are forced to still strike into Jinx, though, and then Mewtwo can come out and swing, but Mewtwo can't do 150 next turn, even if we knock out this Jinx. Max is going to do is 50 with 3 energies. It seems almost... We'll have to see what ends up happening here.
I think on the other end of it, I think you do that play next turn and instead use Zebstrika the Mewtwo EX on the bench, because that brings it to 90, so it's only a card draw, a basic away from being KO'd by Pikachu in 1 shot. And the full board is down because they put down that other Ralts. They don't have another Mewtwo, potentially, most likely, I should say, in their hand. So I think they have to hit the Mewtwo on the back line. And then next turn, exactly what you said. Then do the whole, because Zebstrika's going to go away. Pikachu EX comes down, moves into the active position, and they put 1 energy down onto the Zapdos EX to get the Peck ready just in case. They go ahead. There they go. They hit the Mewtwo.
Exactly.
Play it on the back line. And now it's within range of Pikachu at any point.
Yeah, sadly, this Jinx is probably going to swing that Zebstrika again, take that first point, and you have to, what, hit into Jinx? Like, doesn't feel like a great spot for Pikachu here.
Now that there's an extra energy down onto the Mewtwo, Gardevoir is able to get online right away. This might be the Zapdos moment, depending on what they draw. They put the Pikachu forward either way, which I think is a safe draw here, as they draw a Pokeball, so we are going to get another basic onto the bench. Pikachu will be able to load all the way up to a 90 attack. The question is, do they get the Blitzel in the active position fast? Yeah, they could get the Blitzel down into the active position, but they wouldn't be able to take down the Jinx first in doing so.
Yeah,
but I think to only sacrifice 1 point, you got to get the Blitzel down into the active position, right?
Yeah, I think you have to. I mean, it survives 1 hit. Yeah, 50 damage. Then now's when you swing into Jinx, right? With the Blitzel, 20, I guess 30 then, and then a Giovanni at some point to bring that either 30 to 40 or 20 to 30 to be able to KO that Jinx and force that Mewtwo EX into the active spot.
Yeah, this is looking like it's gonna be a round for Mamak, because as I'm watching it down, if Jinx puts down a hit, it'll still hit it for, 30. Takes down the Blitzel in 2, but that gives enough time for Zapdos EX to go all the way up. If Zapdos even does its job, Mamak has the luxury of putting forward the Gardevoir. Just let the Gardevoir take some damage and take more time for the Mewtwo on the back line to build up. And I think they see similarly. If they're putting an energy onto the Gardevoir, they need Gardevoir to make 1 hit.
Yeah. Okay, so we have the Ralts come forward. We're gonna power the Ralts to do 10 into Blitzel?
If they bring Ralts to do 10, that brings Blitzel to 50. If 50 is on the board, then
that isn't
they bring
range?
forward. No, I think they're getting ready for, if Blitzel is still in the active position, they can bring back the Jinx if Blitzel makes an attack. Because now Blitzel can't put an energy on it, otherwise it does get destroyed by Jinx.
But Zebstrika wouldn't with 1 energy if we could find our Zebstrika here.
If you have the Zebstrika, then it doesn't matter. Zebstrika doesn't take down anything on the board, and they move the Mewtwo EX forward, or the Gardevoir forward, and it takes down that last piece. If they're sitting on, oh no, that would be 60 for Gardevoir, not 80. Let's see what they're going to do here. I think this energy is a mistake, though, if they put it on Blitzel.
The problem is that I don't think you can retreat back. Because the moment you retreat back from Blitzel, Mewtwo comes out and just KOs. They're already up 1 point. Yeah. And then they win game 1, so...
Yeah, Mamak has 1 point right now. Trying to see where... I'm trying to imagine what's in Mamak's hand that would allow them to play this down like this. Geo then comes on down, undoes the value of what that potion was trying to do, which is buy one more turn.
That's going to be a second point.
Yeah, that's Mamak's 2nd point right there. And now I think it's GG.
Yeah, it feels GG. I mean, Pikachu can take out Jinx, but that Mewtwo just tells Pikachu no and finishes off the game. I mean, 4 points for Mach is a win, even if you only need 3. So it doesn't seem like a good spot for Jacob to be in right now.
Yeah, he retreats out the Pikachu to put forward the Zapdos, and then opts to Sabrina to see what they put forward. He puts forward the Ralts, starts flipping coins because reasons. 1,
we do
2,
knock it out.
Okay.
1 point.
Okay, Jacob gets a point. It's 2-1. Mamak has the advantage, but now Mewtwo comes forward and side drives. So this is it, correct? I don't see anything else, right?
This is game.
Okay. All right, so this is game right here. Mewtwo comes forward. I think the hesitation for Mamak kind of feels like, wait, this is it? This is the one? Yep, okay, it is? Good. All right, so there you go. Take the hit, takes the side drive, does not BM, takes the professional route, and knocks out Zapdos EX's first point. Goes to Mamak. It is a 1-0 advantage for Mewtwo over Pikachu. So we're going to get set, go into match number 2 in this best of 3.
Yep, and now let's see what happens, because It didn't feel like we were in the worst spot at the beginning, minus not having that many Pikachus in the active. We didn't have Pikachu in the active spot, but we got Mewtwo really quickly down into range of that Pikachu. But by shooting around Jinx, who can attack, Jinx can just wipe anyone and say, well, now that I've taken a point, you better bring out a 2-point attacker because I'm going to keep attacking. And if you do, I'll just take you out with Mewtwo. We are going into game 2 then. But my gosh, I would not want to be in their seat right now. The pressure of being in finals, fighting for 150 USD first place, that's a lot of pressure to have on your shoulders. And they're going to be feeling it in that final spot, especially with people watching. So let's see here.
100%. Whether it's the audience that throws you off or just even being here at the top, you know, they're playing. Be honest, they're playing for cash at this point. They're playing for prizes. So there's this extra element. Their feet are tapping. They're you know, chewing on pencils. They're anxious to try to figure it out right now, and being able to make perfect calls and predictions. That's just the element of these games, man. So let's see what we do here with a Pikachu and a Ralts on the board to start off.
Very good point as well. They played 8-9 hours of games yesterday. We are already into our 4th hour almost of games today. So a lot of games they've had to play in the last 2 days. We're going to go into research. We're going to start digging for those different basics that Jacob really wants to find. We are going second, so this Pikachu could be swinging as early as next turn.
I like the idea of take the risk of you don't have your red card yet, and just play into it, you know, because you then could shuffle back up and get the professor's research. Let's see. They first go Mythical Slab, keep the card. So they end up with at least some other psychic. Now another basic. Let's see if it was the Mewtwo. It's another Ralt. So it's Ralt on Ralt on Ralt on Ralt. And there's the Mewtwo dropping in. Load it up. And they did have the red card to open it up. That's a good red card there as they're sitting on 6 cards in hand. Get back a Blitzel, a Den, and an X-Speed.
Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, I think you're safe to play the other Pikachu for now.
I think we need it.
60. Yeah, you no need to go overkill. Don't need to put the 90 down. Get the first Ralts out of the way. So now they're probably pushing forward that Pikachu. I'm sorry, that Mewtwo to take its first hit onto Pikachu.
So Mewtwo EX comes up. Can't do anything but 50 here. Do we have Curlia even to follow up for 150 that next turn?
Even if they don't have the Curlia, if they just got Jinx, which they put down another Mewtwo, if that Pokeball happened to have given them a Jinx, at least they could buy a little bit of time, and just, you know, put the Jinx forward instead potentially, and let it eat up another turn to get the Curlia and friends online. But if they haven't dropped it yet, I don't think they have it.
Yeah, definitely. I think you've been very quick to put that Curlia down. Always exciting to see that evolution when you are just waiting for it. So without that, though, we're going to have to retreat next turn or face getting KO'd. Yeah, so we're going to have that 50 into Pikachu. You can't do 150 next turn, though. And this Pikachu is going to put you to, what, 70 health? 60 health.
I think this is a good contemplation here about Sabrina. Do you Sabrina into the Ralts or the other Mewtwo and then do it, or do you just hit the one that's got the energy on it? I've talked about this on my streams in the past. I'm more a proponent of hit the cards that have the energy, don't prolong, because if you put them out on the bench, they can just take their time and grow. Now the Curlia drops onto the bench, so looks like it's one turn behind when they wanted it to get it really to run. question is, you're only sitting on 60, and Tricobble's already got a point. They may have no choice here but to waste 2 energy if they're not sitting on Leaf or X speeds or anything else. They may have to use both energy to retreat out this Mewtwo right now.
Yeah, we're going to have to retreat, just as I was saying, or that's going to be game 2. But what does that mean for attacking? Because you're not going to swing for 150 the next turn either, and you're not even swinging for 50 this turn. Pikachu seems a little bit unkillable right now.
Yeah, I don't see too many situations that go the Mewtwo line of success, especially if they're putting 1 energy down on the Mewtwo X right now. They're going to Leaf Retreat.
Okay.
So they keep the 2 energy onto the Mewtwo EX that's currently in the active position. I'd assume move forward the other Mewtwo. Let that take a hit for 90. Okay. Yep, there we go. There's your swap. You draw the potion, which I don't think gives a lot of value to Pikachu in particular, just given the intervals of damage. Looking at the X speed, looking at retreat lines. Do they retreat the Pikachu EX into the 120 Pikachu EX? Instead, they Sabrina to force out either knocking out the first Pikachu EX or the Kirlia, and it does knock out the Kirlia for the single point by doing so. No threat whatsoever. This is looking pretty dark right here if you are Mamak.
Yeah, without this Kirlia, who is going to get KO'd this turn, there is no 150 even, on the horizon. They were really relying on this Gardevoir to get them powered up, and that's now 2 Raltses gone. There is, I would say, almost 0 chance right now. That is going to be second point for Jacob, and obviously they do put up that full health Mewtwo. Max going to use 50 this turn, still 50 the next turn. There is, I don't know how Mamak would come back from this.
I'm trying to think about rotations, Giovanni's, Sabrina's, everything that could transform this into a surprise turnaround win where you only need 1 side drive to do it. But I think the big thing that's also going for Chakov from a defensive standpoint is that there are 2 single prizes currently on the board. So being that there are 2 single prizes, it's a lot easier to mitigate that damage if they need to and take the hits.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, maybe there's like some world where side drive if we didn't swing for 50 this turn, attach the Benchmon, but Mamak's at 0 points. It doesn't do anything just to take out 1 Pikachu. He needs to be able to wipe the field without even losing another Mon. Doesn't seem possible.
Yeah, and this is where the single prizes come invaluable here. We've got the Blitzel coming on down. Even if Mamak had the Geo to play on in and knock it out, I mean, this is GG right here.
Let's see. Yeah, that's going to be a retreat right back to that Pikachu, and that's going to be the end of game 2. We're going to be going into game 3 now. Okay, we'll go ahead and cover up for them. But they're getting
we got a tiebreaker. All right. This is what you want, folks. This is what we want to see, right? We want to see a full match. We want to see both players get something out of this. It is now 1-1 Pikachu versus Mewtwo here in the finals of the 9th Ursiiday Pokemon Pocket Weekly. And y'all, for seeing 2 decks that we all very well know and seeing these variations of them be so strong, I hope you're watching the nuances of how they're playing their supporters, because that's one of the biggest things I take away from these events every single week, is watching how top players not just mitigate damage, because we all can retreat and then use energy and use an X speed, but watching how they take 3 turns ahead of, let me play the blue now, or let me use the leaf now, because I see 3 turns ahead. This is what play line I'm going to use. This is a great deck to be watching from this perspective, especially when you've got a really strong Mewtwo player on the opposite side doing the exact same thing. So I just want to say kudos to the chat, kudos to you, Ursi, kudos to our participants. all 1900 of them, and now here we are in the grand final as we open up with Blitzel, Zapdos EX, and a Jinx is back in the active position.
Yeah, that Jinx is here to try to tank again, but True Cobb is really going to be looking for some of those different mons. We need Pikachu, we're probably going to need Zebstrika, we're probably going to need Dedenne. Let's see what we can do here. I mean, 2 Pikachu does seem to be the answer for Pikachu versus Mewtwo. I think you are muted.
Whoops, sorry, my apologies. We're already online here with having a Pikachu being able to hit for 60. You've got the ability to have that Blitzel take value right away. Jinx still would need 2 turns to take it out, even if it does get itself loaded. So this is... Mamak absolutely needs to be sitting on a Kirlia or 2, yet alone Mewtwo being in the deck, or easily accessible in the deck right now.
Yeah, this is... yeah, definitely a difficult spot to be in. Where is Mewtwo when he needs it? Looks like we're just going to go and swing for 20.
And if there's no Mewtwo on the board, if you're True Cobb, you are targeting that Jinx repeatedly, because no matter how much you have on the Ralts, Kirlia, Gardevoir line, if they're not sitting on it, well, it doesn't matter now. There's your Pokeball. They're only running 5 basics. Here comes the one, the only, the stubby-fingered Mewtwo EX onto the bench. So you know what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to do it, and they're going to draw their other one. So they're locked and loaded. They have everything on the basic side now accessible to them. It's just going to be a race of how quickly can I load up these 150s and how quickly can I take them out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and if we can get that Kirlia, it's going to be a really consistent 150, exactly what Mamak is going to want to find. Pikachu, on the other hand, can finally start powering up that Pikachu on the bench, but Zebstrika is only going to be being able to do 30 while we wait. It's a question, do we put that 30 on that Mewtwo, get him closer in range of Pikachu? Or do we put it on, yep, it is going to be on that Mewtwo exactly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, getting 2 hits from the Zebstrika into the Mewtwo EX that's on the bench, bringing it down to 90 is going to be the only way to feel confident that you can either hit it with not just the Pikachu EX, but more importantly, knock it out if you need to with the Zapdos EX if they try to get it to 1 less coin flip. So I like seeing them focus so heavily, especially in this instance. And I'm a little scared for Mamak because of exactly what we talked about earlier. They're taking way too long and still have 2 Ralts on the board, and that's it. And that's not a good sign if you're Mamak.
Yeah, that means you're not hitting those different evolutions, which this deck really, really relies on, because even if you can take out a Pikachu, if you can take out that Zebstrika, there's still another one on the board. And you're not keeping those energies. It does look like we're going to go on and power up that Jinx, which tells me we're not getting it anytime soon. I mean, they could attack with Jinx next turn, but if they had any hope, that Mewtwo would be getting set up for a Gardevoir to help it get to 150. We do want to go on and knock out this Jinx, though, because we don't want what happened in Game 1 to happen again. Game 1, this Jinx was able to tank till it could attack. And by the time that it could attack, it was forcing out Pikachu with only 2 points left for Mamak to get. And so we need to knock it out quick before that Mewtwo gets set up on the bench. The pressure from this Pikachu is going to be really important.
I think the value they're also trying to figure out here is, do they need to take it out now, or can they afford to can they route themselves to take down a Ralts instead? If their goal is to do 1 single prize and 1 Mewtwo EX, if they take out the one, the other Mewtwo is going to drop. So they have to be able to move around appropriately. So it looks like by moving, obviously, the Pikachu EX in line, put the energy on it, they are going to remove the Jinx. And I think that's going to force one of the other Ralts forward right away. That'll buy 1 more energy. They basically need to top deck Kirlia if they're sitting on Gardevoir. If they have a Kirlia drop next turn, they will be able to come back and win this. If they do not, this is pretty much it.
Oh,
there it
clearly
is. They got it. All right.
There's this huge problem, though, right? I guess to some extent, Chakab. I mean, Mamaki's at 0 points. But a second Mewtwo, because we need to set up some way to knock out that Mewtwo when it comes into the active spot. Now, I wonder if that's a retreat back to Zebstrika while we set up Pikachu, set up a Zapdos. But we need to get them in range of being able to be KO'd still. And they're definitely not.
I think the only way, I'm trying to remember, well, better yet, is Mammox. I need to double check if Mammox is playing Leaf.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they are, Sabrina has less value. If they are not playing Leaf,
and I'm trying to pull it up quickly. Speed. So. 1 Leaf, 1 X speed.
Okay, so if they are playing the Leaf, that does change the value of the Sabrina tremendously. So obviously you see they've opted to go with the Professor's Research. They can't use the Sabrina now, but because they could have done the Sabrina, put in the non-energied Mewtwo EX, and then leafed it next turn to bring forward the other one. That's why I was looking to see if they were running a Leaf in their deck, and they have a lot of cards in their hand right now. So instead, they're going to take the Zebstrika, they're going to put it within range, put the single prize forward as the concern card, if you will, if they're sitting on Gardevoir X speed, and they're going to red card it all. Uh-oh, red card. Are you my friend or my foe?
What are they worried about?
Zebstrika, X speed, Giovanni. There's the Gardevoir. Here comes all of the chaos. Piece by piece, Mammox is now throwing cards onto the board, getting their full line. They red card, they're going to go ahead and put down the X speed, retreat out, put down the Mewtwo EX that's on the board, get that now to even energy. Both Mewtwo EXs are now on even energy, and now the gears have shifted tremendously, and Mammox might now be in the favor here.
Yeah, I think we might have had, I mean, obviously, I kind of thought Zapdos might be the play, but I think that energy had to go on that second Pikachu so that we could be attacking for 90 into Mewtwo EX. We aren't at Mammox had 0 points. We need to retreat back to attacker that can put this Mewtwo EX now in range of an attack that KOs. And we don't have that ability with that other energy on Zapdos. The Zapdos energy is definitely, in hindsight, might be the incorrect play here.
Of all games to see the red card do the best red card redraw yet, this is the game you needed that to do that. And to see both Sabrinas disappear back into the deck and then redraw new cards and not see one of them show up was absolutely massive and huge for Mammox. That was a scary red card moment because they did have 5 cards. It was a smart statistical move, but man, it's always scary to play.
Let's see. Yeah, we're going to go in a Zebstrika here, it looks like, but it's not going to do enough. Not going to do enough. This puts it at 120. I guess Zapdos could now coin flip for a win, but boy, this is going to be coming down to a coin flip.
They slab it, and it goes onto the bottom, so they didn't get an extra mythical. There we go. There's the Mewtwo 1, Mewtwo 2, Psychic Sphere. Take it out, save the energy on it. Maybe they put 1 energy onto the back Mewtwo. Oh, no, they put it into the Gardevoir first.
We're going to go in for the Zap flip here.
I think this is it. It's just Zapdos, right?
Yeah.
It's the only way they can win.
I think that's the only way we win from here for sure.
Yeah, I think so too. Y'all, hold on.
3. We need 3.
Need 3. It's almost a 1 in 3 to land. And that's what this whole tournament might come down to and they're debating it. They're trying to figure it out. Is there any other 90 way to do this? Is it 3? Is the 1 in 3 better in Zapdos, or is the 1 in 3 better in Dedenne?
I guess that is true. We could potentially have that Dedenne, but it's a 50% with Dedenne, but you need what, 2, 3 of them? 2 or 3 of them? I don't know.
They would need 2 because they're sitting on it. They have the Giovanni.
True.
But
25% there.
But they just played the energy onto Zapdos. They're going for it.
Let's see.
They're going for it with Zapdos instead of 2 hits of Deden. Here we go.
I'm scared.
Thundering Hurricane. Show us 3. True Cobb versus Mamak comes down to a Zapdos, folks. 3 heads wins it for True Cobb. Mamak wins it with anything else. There's 1.
Oh.
There's only 1. It's the reverse of what they needed. That was the only way for True Cobb to try and take down Mewtwo in that moment after putting the energy down onto Zapdos EX. And ladies and gentlemen, we all know what's coming next.
That is going to be game here. That's going to be 150 into that Zapdos, and that's going to take game 3 from Mamak. Crazy to see, but that's how the cookie crumbled this week.
This week, the difference maker was Mythical Slabs and 1 Leaf. Otherwise, the meta has been reshapen back to a somewhat classic format, and the winner of today's tournament has been running a Mewtwo EX Gardevoir deck with a variation on Jinx, Leaf, and 2 Mythical Slabs, and the scariest red cards I have seen in a while. So congratulations to Mamak. Absolutely fantastic plays. Beautiful mitigation of accepting damage, throwing out damage. Really fantastic to watch this. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, because that was a really tough match.
Yeah, that was such a great game for us to get to watch for our finals here. So happy to see how that played out. Absolutely awesome for those players. I had such a great time with our finals and all of our top 32. Thank you so much, guest, for coming on to stream today. I really do appreciate it so much.
No, my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. I hope your community enjoyed, having me too. I love to do this. I love to cast. I love to play. And I'm glad we finally got an opportunity to work together, and better yet, in your own home. Being able to shout cast here on the Pocket Weekly has been really fun. So thank you so much for having me. I absolutely enjoyed this. Thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah, for those who are interested in checking out Guest Gaming, he does have a lot of different socials that you can check him out on. He streams on Twitch. He streams on TikTok. I believe he posts on TikTok as well. And he posts different YouTube videos. You can check him out. It's Guest Gaming on all of those different platforms. You can probably check out every single one and see how it goes. But guys, thank you so much for watching. Yes, Gaming, again, thank you so much for casting with us. I do want to give a huge shout out here to XP Collect for putting up that 400 USD prize pool. These players have, because of this awesome sponsorship, we get to pay out all the way to top 16, which is absolutely awesome. So all the players, or majority of the players, obviously, top 32 is not within that, do get something for you to play with us today. And it is so awesome to get to see master classes basically of their decks on our stream. So also with that, huge shout out to Mamak for winning the whole tournament, to Cobb for being able to stream first day in second place is insane. These players beat out almost, 1900, I think it was like 30 players to get into that top slot and win today. Yeah, absolutely awesome. That being said, also want to give a huge shout out to all of our players today. We would not have this competitive scene without them. And I am so happy that we get to watch those games. I am so happy that the games with what it did. I mean, we have Mewtwo back as the reigning king, but it could be worse. It could be Pikachu.
Very true.
Could be
Very
Pikachu.
true. Very much so could be.
With that being said, huge shout out as well to all of our viewers. This competitive scene would not be what it is without you guys, as well as to our players. A huge shout out to our judges as well. We couldn't do this stream without them. We couldn't do the broadcast, couldn't do the tournament. We couldn't do any of it, and it is only because of them that we were able to run this tournament every single week. If you're new here, we already do have our next week's tournament up and running, !tournament, to check it out. We would invite anyone who's interested, anybody who would like to play it, to join us. It is open internationally, and it is free to join, but you can get upwards of $150 if you win the tournament. So only good things come from playing in the tournament. So that being said, once again, thank you so much again, Guess Gaming, for being here. And for those who are here or are new, hi, I'm Ursi. I stream Pokemon Pocket about 7 days of the week. Really, really fun to stream Pokemon Pocket. Would love to see you guys on our stream. If you are interested in any of our socials, I would do !cocaster again for all of guest socials and socials for my own. We also have a really awesome and active Discord that we'd love for you to join. We always post all of our updates in the tournament there and when we're going live. And once again, if you're interested in joining next week's tournament, please go and sign up. We also have a guide on YouTube if you want to check it out. With that being said, once again, congrats to Mock. Thank you so much to Guest. Thank you so much to XP Collect. And thank you guys, every one of you. We're going to raid Choco, who streamed a lot of our different games.